Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me get a 1 if my audio is good. Let me get a 2 if my audio is not good. Welcome back to class, everybody. Hope you guys are ready to dive deep and take flight with me. I hope you guys are ready to go on another trip down this rabbit hole with me as we unlock the mysteries of the cosmos and engage into this very divine conversation that is so enlightened to all of our souls and so enlightened that is uniting, that it's one channel that brings us all to one place. And everybody that we find in this space is vibrating on this one frequency. And that one frequency can be visually seen as the tip of the pyramid or the head of the turtle. That which we call collective consciousness is regathering itself And when you think of that regathering, we would be the first ones at mass. They said an early bird get the worm, where the worm is the sine wave. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to, before we even, get too deep with anything, we're going to talk about what I just said. So as you look at the collage, college is now open. College is now in session. So everybody wake up. We started an hour early because I got some things to do later, but let me wake you up. Let's get it. So what we're going to do is one thing I want you to understand about collective consciousness. One thing about collective consciousness, the early birds get the worm. Okay? And what I mean by that is this. I can only, I like to teach with images. So let's just throw us up a screen share if we need to go to this. We're going to have fun today. Now, today's lecture is going to be centered mainly around symbolism. Since we got all of the, we got all of the groundwork laid, so we can center today's show just around symbolism, and we're gonna go on a good ride, y'all. So buckle up. When we look at this black cube and we talk about collective consciousness and we talk about the early bird get the worm, what you got to realize is this right here. The people who you see closer to the cube were the ones who arrived at mass first. I want to say this again so y'all will understand. We all equal to the Most High. And we all equals. But if you look at what the cube at Mecca is teaching you, those who get to mass first are closer to the source. When we talk about the early bird get the worm, let me show you something. That worm is the sine wave, and that bird. We're doing sacred geometry today, guys. I hope you like the title. We can dig deep. We can go deep down a rabbit hole, which is the rabbi hole, because we know those rabbis are masons as well. So I want to point something out to y'all with sacred geometry that's very profound. The early bird getting the worm can be demonstrated right here. See, everything we say is symbolism. Now, when we look at the black cube at Mecca, the early birds literally get the worm. The worm is right here wrapped around a tree, and the bird is at the top. Here go the black cube, which is the sacred pyramid. This is the black cube. So the people that arrive at mass first literally are the early birds that get the worm on a symbolic level. They the early birds. They got there first, so they get to be right next to the box. They right by the energy. You know what I'm saying? They right close. They can touch the box. The people who showed up all late at the back, they can't touch the box. So learn a lesson from that, right? Right? Don't go with the crowd. Don't be late to do what's right. That's what integrity is all about. Don't wait till everybody else doing right to accept what's right. Don't wait till flat earth get popular. Don't wait till ancient cosmologists start getting common, before you accept it. Be one of the early birds and let's catch on the wave of life, which is the sine wave of life. All right, let me, I'm going somewhere else here, but what I want to point out to y'all is now, picking right back up from the last time, we're going to start with a collage. In the top left corner, we're going to hop right into this, guys. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get it. It's time to hop right into the slideshow. In the top left corner, what we have is an indigenous Caribbean cosmos. Again, to my Aboriginal brothers and sisters, That cosmos do not represent America. It don't represent any other island. It don't represent a geographic, particular one geographic landmass. The concept of Turtle Island representing one geographic landmass is called panning. It creates chaos. It hides the universal code. The truth of the ancient symbols was panned under a god that they worship as the Baphomet, and we use that god to create chaos. And if you want to understand how they do so, check out the previous video in this Turtle Island series. I won't get into it now. What I want to point out with this garage is very simple. The sacred geometry speaks for itself. In the top left corner with your indigenous Caribbean cosmos, you see that it is indeed just that, a cosmos. So you aboriginals, you really got to understand something. I'm doing this because I love you. I want to reconnect you with the ancients. I really fucking love the Aboriginal movement. I want to reconnect you with the ancients. You understand that the feather of Ma'at is in the same location as the turtle's head? Ma'at's wings spreaded is the shell of the turtle split by its head. Sacred geometry. Our ancestors studied this. You know, when you look at that turtle in the middle, think of the Mercedes-Benz symbol. People, this is so old, all right? Now, I don't like to be cocky, but I got to because people don't give me my respect. But I'm one of the best sacred geometry teachers in our time, people. All right? And I'm telling you, what you getting right now, a lot of y'all don't appreciate it. But you'll be glad that you was doing this with me when I'm gone. You'll be glad. Now, I'm showing you some of the most ancient symbols on earth, and I want you to pay attention because I don't have to do much talking once we get into sacred geometry. And people, I'm turning the chat off, so thank you guys for the super chats, but I'm going to call everything out at the end of the show because I want to keep the class going for you guys, and I want to be respectful to you, and I want to make sure I give you everything, all of me, and that I work hard for you. So let me just go ahead and I'm going to call everybody out at the end. So when we look at the Mercedes-Benz logo, that's what we're looking at, folks. We're looking at Turtle Island. See, when you see that turtle up there, that's a common stance. I don't know if y'all know that. Like our ancestors, I'm not making this up. They studied this sacred geometry of this turtle when it gets on guard. Let me explain something that's very powerful to y'all. As you look over the symbols, that's gonna get it into your soul. But what you're looking at is the ancient turtle and elephant myth. Go and research the ancient turtle and elephant myth. We went over that yesterday too. But the elephant is Ganesh in the bottom left corner. That's the Hindu version of Turtle Island. Why is it the Hindu version of Turtle Island, but it's an elephant? Because that's the elephant that was in the Turtle Island story, Ganesh. It all represents the same thing in different cultures. And you can see that with the sacred geometry. In the top right corner, you have architecture from Cambodia, Angkor Wat. And that is Turtle Island with the turtle being on guard, or the pie slice. What you're looking at is the cosmos cut open because that's the vault of heaven. And again, that's the vagina of the Great Mother. Now, it was something I was going to say, and I think I just forgot. Yeah, when the turtle get on guard, it's tense. It's an intense moment. When the turtle stand up like that, it's alert. And anytime something is alert, or it's an intense moment. And anytime we say intense or alert, we're talking about tension. And whenever we find tension, we can find the symbols related to tension. So this turtle shaped like a tent. You know, the Mercedes-Benz is nothing but the band of Mercedes. Remember that Mercedes is a god and her band is Nut. This god that we call Mercedes, excuse me, I say a god, Mercedes is a goddess. So listen, Mercedes is a goddess, and she represents the sacred arch or the sacred band. So when you say Mercedes bands, you're talking cosmology, and the reefs wrapped around it is the toroidal field. This is the UN flag, people. All right. So understand that Mercedes bands, when you say that, you're actually saying Nut bent over, or the mother goddess bent over, the sacred arch Mercedes, which is, Mercedes is the great mother, and she represents the sacred arch or the sacred band. So this is the band of Mercedes. They call the car Mercedes Benz, and the symbol is that of the triple goddesses. All right. So another famous person who used this logo, I show you all the time. All right, Jordan is giving you the same symbolism. And we understand that Jordans are the Mercedes Benz of shoes. So you got to understand that the corporations use spiritual science to make their products what they are. Nothing can compete with the Jordans, and can't shit compete with the Benz. And the only things that compete with it, they all have these simple symbols of the cosmos. Okay. So people just understand that everything is symbolism, and all corporate logos are esoteric science. I'm just giving you a few of them now. I'm not going to be here all day doing corporate logos, but we can maybe dedicate a show to corporate logos, and I'm just leaving that on the screen just so you can see how all the symbols are the same. All right, now I'm going to move that away, and we go back to our collage here. Excuse me, guys, bear with me. We go back to our collage here, and we see that, again, our Caribbean cosmos is equivalent to Ganesh beneath it. And to the right of Ganesh is some pseudoscience that they give us, and that's called a 7 Anunnaki. So I put that one there to show you also, I always want to show you how they corrupting this stuff out there too. And they taking this one cosmic code and turning it into all these different stories to muddy the waters, and so that our children will never make it back to the ancestors. Now, what we looking at are the names of the 7 Anunnaki. Them are also that kind of pseudoscience is very old, because the 7 Anunnaki is also the 7 archangels that the Christians give you. So people, these little pseudoscience in these countries, communities been around for years, hundreds and thousands of years, okay? Anunnaki. Listen, when you say Anunnaki, you're saying Anu and Nagi. The Nagi is the Nagini. And that's the same thing we looking at. The genie in the, oh man, I hate to keep screen sharing, but hey, that's what we here to do. We here to get it in, so let me not shortcut you. When you say Anunnaki, you're talking about a blended deity. Let's break it down. Let's first talk about the god Anu, which is here. And as you can see, this god represents the arch. All right. Now, you ain't going to get what I'm giving you in too many places, so pay attention. This god Anu is a male form of Nut, the sky goddess. You know, Nut make the arch, right? Nut is the arch. And where her back is bent at the most, or where the most tension is in the tent, is the sky vault, or where Shu would be raising his arms right here. But instead of Shu raising his arms, they got Anu raising his wings in the middle of Nu. This is a plagiarization of Egyptian cosmology. And again, because Egyptians, well, it's not really a plagiarization. Let's call it a blending. We got to remember that the Greeks and the Egyptians blended their gods together. There was a union. That union is what we're under today, the rule of the sun gods. They hid the magnetic toroidal field from you by putting themselves in the place of the great mother right here. When we start learning about sun gods, the science of magnetism and the Great Mother went away. And what we started learning about was gods with halos around their damn head. So when you see these sun gods, this is a corruption of matriarchal science, and this is what disconnected us from the mother. Look at this dude trying to act like he Ma'at. He's not Ma'at. That Ma'at can only be a divine feminine. No male can take this position. So this is predating Jesus Christ on the cross, and you can see here's another blasphemy of the Great Mother with this guy on the cross. All right. Now, I'm just showing y'all all, we got to go through all of these to show y'all the history of plagiarization and corruption. The reason they hid the Great Mother is because if they taught you about the Great Mother, they would also be teaching you about free energy. And when these people took control of the world, they wanted to create peasants, and knowledge is power. They hid the power, they hid the knowledge that'll put you on a level of Steve Jobs or Bill Gates or Warren Buffett. You know, you don't know how to manufacture these technological products that you're a slave to, that build and shape your world. You're a slave to them because you have no idea of the mechanisms behind them and the simplicity of it. You think it's so complex, but it's all founded upon the secrets of magnetism. And those secrets is hidden in the study of the goddess and occult. And today they teach it to you as sun worship. So here it is here, people. Jesus with the halo. Earlier forms of Jesus right here would be Anu, God of the sky. Remember, Jesus ascended to the sky when he left Mount Calvary. This is Mount Calvary right here, what you're looking at. Mount Calvary, and Jesus ascending to the sky. Here go your two thieves right here. Now remember, this predates Jesus right here. This predates Jesus. And you can see your two thieves in the form of two elks. And that's why we have our elk lodges today, because the elk was sacred. The elk is the reindeer. Remember Rudolph? All right, that's Polaris. Now, one thing you want to pay attention to, his red, the red nose of Rudolph's supposed to be Polaris, you know. But anyway, Santa Claus coming down the chimney of the house is right here. This is the house. This is Santa coming down the chimney. This is what happens when we leave the body. We exit and enter these worlds through the sky vault. It's like a cosmic elevator. Look at the story of Enoch. Enoch is another way to say the end of the ark. End ark. It's an end or arc or bend, which is an end. So we're going to tie it all together here today. Bear with me, guys. Stay with me. So yeah, you got your elk lodges everywhere, and the reason they're called elk lodges is because of a god called El. El is the Ankh. Excuse me, guys. Let me pause it for a minute and take a break because I got people pulling up. We about to get it in, though. Okay, we back, people. Sorry. Sorry about that. Now, what we looking at is the god Baal, El, or the god Saturn. This is the biblical god Abraham or Ibrahim. And Ibrahim is Elohim. El is Elohim. So you have El, and then you have the extension of El, which is another way of saying you have the sun and the sun rays. So you have this single deity and you have the plural deity. The sun is single, but the sun gives off something plural, which creates what we call daylight, and that's rays. So that word rays became a god called Ra, which is the all-seeing eye of Ra is right in front of your face. The reason this god Saturn has one eye showing is because he's representing the all-seeing eye of Ra. This is another version of it. And that's the reason why they tell you that Saturn has an all-seeing eye. And here it is right here. So why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because NASA is nothing but a religion, people. If you believe the shit NASA giving you, you are worshiping Saturn. You're worshiping Baal, El. That is your God. That's what I'm telling you. They corrupted the great mother, and see this whole thing about the all-seeing eye of Saturn is another religion of the all-seeing eye of Ra or El. Hold on just 1 minute. I promise, right back. All right, so we're going to continue on here. And what I want you to understand is that when you say elk, hold on for 1 minute, people. Hold on. Damn it, I'm sorry. I'll be right with you, folks. We're going to get it in. I'm sorry for these interruptions. I got some things going on, but we about to reopen the class in a minute. 1 second. All right, let's get it, folks. So like I was saying, people, the word elk is the word el and unk. Okay? Now, if you want to see how that looks in sacred geometry, if you look at the god El here, you can see he is the unk. Here's the all-seeing eye of El, and here is his hand spread it out. So Egyptians worship Saturn. That's why I keep telling you, all of these Kemetic priests and these folks trying to lead you back to Pan-Africanism. Pan is the Baphomet. Pan is Saturn. They got y'all worshiping Saturn. See, all of these, that's why I'm not going on Sarnetta channel. Much love to the brother. I don't know if they know how deep this is. But the elk, here's the elk right here. The devil is the elk. But the elk used to be Hathor, the great mother Hathor. At first, we used to pay reverence to magnetism and the source that's creating this reality. Now, y'all worshiping money and the New World Order. That's Saturn. Here go the all-seeing eye right here. So when you go to Mecca and you look at the black cube is another representation of the eye. Here go the diamond on your money. This is the diamond that these doggone sellout rappers keep throwing up. Let me show you something. See, when you go on these channels and folks talking about these rappers and all of these celebrities like they revolutionaries and they got all of this soap opera style streams and they ain't really giving you no knowledge like I'm giving you, they part of the shit. They part of it, man. This dude know about the diamond. That's the all-seeing eye, because look, every time he throw it up, you see him put his eye in it. Why? Because Jay-Z is a sellout who worships money. And he telling you that his God is money. In God we trust. So when he throw the diamond up with the eye, he corrupting the sciences of the great mother and letting his buddies know, yeah, I worship Saturn with you. I am a Mason with you. Here's what Jay-Z throwing up. Now, Jay-Z ain't going to tell you about Nut, the sky goddess. None of them 5%ers going to tell y'all this. Them 5%ers, man, is being controlled. All of these little cliques and groups and little violent, little religious groups, they're government controlled, COINTELPRO, extensions of Freemasonry. So when you talk about Jehovah or Jay-Z, he telling you that he's the self-embodiment of Saturn. Saturn is Jehovah, Yahweh. Because when you say Jehovah, the J can be it's Yehovah or Yahweh. It's Satan. Yep, Jesus is Satan. Here he is with his pitchfork right here. Jesus is Satan. So that's Jesus with the halo, with his pitchfork. All of you Christians worshiping the devil, man. All of y'all rappers worshiping the devil. Y'all worshiping the New World Order. And y'all worshiping Pan, talking about some you from Africa. Talking about some you proud of Egypt and Kemet and all that. That's sun worship. That's the same God Jay-Z worship. Why you think Nas and all these folks promote that, but they don't promote the great mother. They don't promote free energy. So Anu is this sun god, this all-seeing eye that corrupted the great mother. I'm just showing you different forms of Jesus. So all of your boule, your 5%ers, all of these little sun god groups, Kemetic priests and Amen clubs, they all worshiping Saturn. They all Masons. Now, people, we've been infiltrated, and I'm trying to wake y'all up. This what you looking at right here, all right? This is the scope of Horus, or the horoscope. Now check this out. When you say elk, you're saying El. Let me go back to El. Here is El. All right. You're saying El and Ankh. The Egyptians blended their shit with the Greeks. So elks became the symbol that Santa use. And who is Santa? Well, Santa is Satan. Saturn. When you say Santa, you're saying Saturn, Satan. So you have Christmas coming up, and what you need to realize is what I'm telling you right now. They misdirecting all this winter solstice energy that was supposed to be in reverence of the great mother and the sacred womb. And they got everybody worshiping patriarchal deities, channeling in that energy, sucking us dry spiritually, absorbing all the juice up out your aura. We don't understand how this science is spiritual warfare. And so once they attack you in the spirit, they attack you economically. This is the time where there's many breakups, many suicides. I don't know if y'all know that, but the time of year we in right now is the worst time of year. Santa Claus, Merry Christmas. You see what I'm saying? Because The Mary is the merry-go-round, and that's Saturn. The merry-go-round, they got us going in circles, man. They got us going in circles. And that solar system is a sun system of worship, which is a religion they teaching your children in school. And you can see how all the planets go around the sun because the sun is Jesus. Your science book ain't nothing but a Bible. It's an extension of the Bible. And the Egyptians did the same thing to their society to create slaves. They hid the knowledge of new, and they started going into patriarchal systems and sun calendars. And that's what all of these Masons got y'all caught up with today. I'm trying to get you back to the Great Mother. You see everybody rocking this Ankh, but they don't know what they rocking is Saturn. They don't know what it was always something about the Ankh, why it's just something never resonated quite right with me. I love the symbol, but I always knew it was something else esoteric to it, while a bunch of Masons would want to wear it too. So the more I studied it, the more it led me to this. Like, damn, why are a bunch of Masons and fraternity guys wearing Ankhs? And I realize now that the Ankh, see, the top part of the Ankh is this eye right here. This the all-seeing eye of Saturn. This is arm spreaded. I'm going to show y'all how this relate to Turtle Island, but we also got to get this out the way too. To show you how I relate to Saturn. This is just a bonus what I'm giving you now. We ain't even played the slides yet. Okay? When you see these bearded gods, all of your Kemetic priests got beards. All of your Hebrew Israelites got the beard. And no, everybody with a beard ain't involved with nothing, but it's a custom of Kemetic priests, of Hebrew Israelites, to rock the beards. All right, and that was a custom among a lot of the pharaohs and stuff, in honor of the god Saturn, who rocked the beard. All of their gods were bearded deities. All right, so now that we got that out the way, and you understand that the elk lodges, why they significant, and why Santa had the elks, because the elks are the reindeers, and the elks are just another forms of like disciples or the rays of El. When you say El, you're talking singular. When you say elks, you're talking plural. So when you say Santa, you got to look at Santa like the sun. And all of the reindeers like the rays that's shining out from the sun. That's what this all-seeing eye represent. Here go the eye, and all the rays shine out evenly. It makes a tent. So if you think of this triangle shape, that is the reason why I got this thumbnail here, because it's going to all lead back to our collage right here. It's going to all lead back here to this collage. So let's crawl before we walk. Let's go back here. That 3 points, those 3 points right there, Turtle Island. That's all I wanted to point out real quick. Show you why this relate to Turtle Island. Look over your collage again, people. Check out your collage. Look at the sacred geometry, your 3 points. Always look for your trifecta. Think about this. In basketball, the 3 points is what? Behind the arch, because the arch represents the Trinity. You got to be on top of Nut's back to get them 3 points in basketball. That's what they telling you. So when Jesus go on top of the mountain, that's the trifecta. That's 3 points, man. Steph Curry. See, these players that can shoot 3-pointers become your superstars, but it's a science to that. It's a science to you being able to hit the shot behind the arch. And the people that can make the most shots behind the arch go down in the Hall of Fame, because the Hall of Fame is the sacred ladder, or Jacob's ladder. That's the umbilical cord connected to the pregnant belly, or the arch. This is Nut and Gab, and Shoe would be the umbilical cord. Shoe would be that umbilical cord or the head of the turtle. The stairway to heaven in the bottom right corner shows you how you make it up to the all-seeing eye. You got to climb up that stairway. But along the way, you may sit on the steps, and the steps are planes of existence. So we're all climbing a stairway to heaven, but when you get tired of climbing and you sit on one of the steps, you're born onto an earth plane. Right now, this life is like you sitting, your spirit sitting on the steps. When you die, your spirit continue to climb the gateway. When it get tired again, it take a sit on the steps, and that sit on the steps is a lifetime as we ascend back to the source through lifetimes. So we want to keep that in mind, all right? The esoteric signs. Now the elk is El and the Ankh, because El is the Ankh. Because El is the Ankh. Now let me do one thing, people, please. I know I've been doing a lot of interruptions, but bear with me. All right, folks. Sorry about that. So we understand that the god El is the Egyptian Ankh, because Saturn worship ain't nothing new. It originated in Kemet, or what they call ancient Egypt. All right, and this is what have not been taught in these communities. You know, this is why I'm an enemy to a lot of people, because it's one thing to talk shit about the secret societies, but it's another thing for you to get up here and start revealing the secret what they hide from you. All right. So all of these gods are the same. When you see El with the ring around him, that's another way of Anu with the arch around him. This is the Greek form of Anu and the Egyptian form of Anu. Again, Anu simply means what the name say. It became a male version of renewal. Listen to what I'm telling you, people. The female is what renews the soul. Meaning that when you die and you're born again, it's always going to be through a pregnant belly. And a representation of you being born again in a pregnant belly is what we see right here. So this is being anew. This is the God that makes everything anew. Jesus said, I come to make all things anew. Anew. Because Jesus is a form of anew. And Mount Calvary is right here, what Anu is standing on. So Saturn, instead of saying Jesus on top of a mountain, the mountain represents the cosmic wheel or the sacred arch. They just put the ring around Saturn, you know, or the halo around Jesus. So everything we do is esoteric. We get wedding rings. You get in between classes, the bell rings, because the ring and that sound of ringing is what's creating a ripple effect. If you ring a bell over some water, it'll look like a hypnotization spiral. You'll be able to visualize the sound. So that ringing is what's creating this ecosystem coming from the North Pole. And if the fat lady stops singing, reality will cease to exist. This is a vibrational universe. So that's why you see the ripple effect right here. And when you say ripple, you're saying rip El. El is the god of the rip El effect. Okay? And what else I wanted to tie this into? El, we got the Ankh. Another thing I wanted to tie this into was excuse me. It was something else I was getting at with this. I guess it'll come back to me later. Guess it'll come back to me later. Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. The whole reason I brought up the God I knew in the first place, because I wanted to teach you about the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki ain't nothing but Anu blended with Anagi. So I showed you all the science about Anu. Now let me show you about the Naki. Here's the Naki right here. So it's two deities. When you say Anunnaki, it's Anu and Naki or Naka. Anunnaka or Anunnaki. So what happened, the people who created the Anunnaki, is just more corruption. They blended the god Anu with a Nagi. And they gave you the Anunnaki. That's why you talk about Anunnaki as reptilian creatures. But let me show you some. Here's Oceanus. Don't he shape like a turtle or a reptile? Here go your turtle island right here. It's right in y'all face. All you got to do is open your eyes. Look at this. Here go a crab in the middle of this man's face. What you think this is? This is Shu with his hand raised. It's all plagiarization. I keep telling you, it's one cosmic code. It's only one cosmic code. Again, Nut, Gab, and Shu. And the corruption of that is here. Shu as a crab. And you know, because Shu is keeping the laws. Shu is basically another form of Ma'at balance in the scales. And when you say laws, if you put a C in front of the word laws, what do you get? Claws, exactly. And you see the crab as Oceanus nose. So yes, the crab's pinchers signifies the scales in some religions. So we say laws, but it's really claws. And there are some laws that are clauses. And again, this God is just another form of Santa Claus. When you say Santa Claus, you're talking about the laws of Satan. That's what it translates to. A clause is a law. A clause, if you CLAWS, is the same thing as CLAUSE in law. It's all Ma'at balance in the scales, but in this terminology, it's symbolized as a crab on Oceanus' face, representing the one that keeps the laws with the claws out of laws. And see, if you get out of line, those claws will pinch you. You see, it'll sting a little bit. So another way they put you to death is what? The electric chair, to give you that sting. But see, now everything we do is esoteric science. And like again, Santa is Saturn or Satan, and claws is just laws. You know, so here go your Christmas tree with the gifts under it. Here go Jesus on the cross with his hands spread and the two thieves. Santa's claws or Satan's laws is what we under now, but we got to get back to the Great Mother. See, the one who kept the laws and carried the trident was the Great Mother until they turned her to the devil. Hold up. The Great Mother are the one who balanced the scales with the trident. She was plagiarized, like I keep showing you with all of these guys who taken her place. They don't keep the law. They rule out of chaos. All of these sun gods that I'm showing you, they rule out of chaos. These are chaos gods, all the sun gods. That's what's creating this new world order we in, of war, bloodshed, poverty. That's chaos. That's how they got to rule. But when we go back to the Great Mother, she balanced the scales evenly. And remember, when you say scales because we talking about Turtle Island. We talking about reptilians, right? So in Hindu, instead of them having scales, they had scales. It's hard trying to teach this stuff because everything is everything. And you have to really be listening to what I'm saying when I say it. Like the balance and scales of Ma'at in Hindu are just the scale patterns, the wings, the reptilian creatures who wear the scales kept the balance. So think about what I'm telling you, right? Because it's really, when you talk esoteric science, I'm telling you a bunch of things with one sentence. So what I'm telling you is this. Ma'at wore scales and the Nagas wore scales. But if you tell a person that Ma'at wore scales and the Nagas wore scales, they'll be like, man, what you talking about? No, You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, okay, brother Sanchez, I see the scales on Ma'at. I see Ma'at balance in the scales. But Sanchez, what do you mean that this reptilian wearing scales too? Look at it. Scales is different. So in different cultures, but we call it the same word because the English language, you can dissect it a little bit to get back to the truth like I'm doing now. This deity is no different than this deity. And they both wearing scales. You call these things scales. And they're to keep balance. And Hindu, they call these things scales, and they do the same thing, keep balance. The pattern of the scales on a snake is this flower of life, people. Don't forget that. These scales, when you say reptile, you're talking about the reptiles. Tiles is the Masonic checkerboard made out of black and white tiles. So when you say reptile, these are the tiles that represent the ripping of the soul in and out of the fabric or the blanket of what they ignorantly call space-time. Okay? So learn that scales are scales, meaning the snake's skin are scales, and Ma'at wearing scales literally symbolize the same thing. The flower of life pattern, which is balance. Okay, is balanced. If you look at snake skin, just look at it sometime and look at how balanced the pattern is. It's perfect. If you did a mathematical equation for snake skin, it'll come out divisible by the even numbers. It'll come out as a whole number. I mean, if you were to, you won't have no remainders. It'll be a whole number. It's a perfect pattern. So when you talk about snake scales, it's balanced, just like Ma'at scales. And all this stuff I'm giving you was so deep, and we learned this about the sine wave and the cosmos to create energy with. And that was corrupted when the sun gods took it over and started dominating us in the form of sun gods. They forbade you to get the knowledge. That's what the tree of life was about in Genesis. Now, remember what I'm telling you, that Anu is a god and Naga is a god, and that became Anunnaki or Anunnaki. Anunnaki is corruption, folks. In the bottom, look in the bottom of the collage, in the middle. That is what's called a Jewish menorah. Let me show you something. People, they speaking to you. They speaking to you, but they speaking to you with symbolism. Unfortunately, the people that should be catching on with it ain't catching on with it. Let me start to make me think they all part of it. These 7 candlesticks in Jewish tradition can be seen at the bottom of the collage as the 7 Anunnaki, the 7 archangels. They are the archangels. Remember, these are the angles of the arch. When you say angles, you're talking about the light rays, okay? You got the arch, and then you got the rays that's shining from the arch. That became this symbol. So again, you got Santa, and then you got the reindeers that's driving Santa. You know, Apollo on the sun wheel is just the wheel is the toroidal field, the toroidal energy field that I keep telling y'all about. That's Apollo on the sun wheel. Basically, they turned the Taurus field into just the sun. And basically, they hid all the knowledge of magnetism and got everybody worshiping the sun. And they trying to act like the actual sun in the sky is the source of magnetism. That's what heliocentrism is about. But the sun had to be created by something, people. The sun is not the creator. So when you see this all seeing eye with the rays coming from it, that triangle is this entire structure of the cosmos, but it's shining. It's light coming from it. And that is what we call the light of life. You know what I mean? The sun and the moon, auric energy. Everything has rays, an energy field. So if you look at the bottom picture in the middle of the collage, An at the top of the An at the top of the mountain is the root word of antenna. That's the antenna. And as the antenna send the signals out, it create rays. The signal ain't nothing but miniature duplications of the original copy. When you talk on a phone and you say something, 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 that shit gets repeated through an electrical current all the way to it reach the ear of the person you trying to reach on the other end. But it happens so fast you don't hear the many copies. Everything echoes through the ether. And here's a symbol of that. So all you got to do is see that this is Saturn. Wi-Fi is the god Saturn, or the flat earth planetarium with the dielectric inertial plane in the middle. And what we looking at here is just all symbolism representing magnetism. If you look at An in the bottom, we're talking about the Anunnaki. We already told you that it comes from Anu and the Nagi. And we're showing you the sacred geometry and the science behind it. Now, if you look at An is the source. As the source emanates, the signal of the source is vibrated through across the ether. And you say, where does the signal end? It doesn't end. It keeps vibrating throughout infinity. So the rings around Saturn would be like you standing on top of a mountain yelling. And all that vibration echoes would echo around your body in a 360 motion. You'll be like, yo, 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 yo. Just like when you on Google Hangouts, when you speak and your avatar vibrate with the ripple around it, same thing. Think of that movie, Rocky. He went to see, check this out. When you look at this Wi-Fi symbol right here, then you go back and you look at the Jewish menorah. It's the same thing, people. It's 7 candlesticks and it's 7 Anunnaki. It's 7 heavens, y'all, in the ancient flat earth conception. 7 planes of existence. You can see them here. 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, and that 1 in the middle. This is a Jewish menorah. Count it, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wi-Fi technology is ancient magnetism. resold to you for high ass prices. Take a minute and get your head around that. What I'm telling you is the foundation of all technology is the science I'm trying to give you back right now. And it's the shit that got me targeted. Take a minute and think about that. And I'll be right back. I'm back, people. So we tying it all together. We cracking the cosmic code. The middle pole represents the source. When you see this middle candlestick sitting on top of a step pyramid, that is the all-seeing eye. And the rays around it is the step pyramid in a lot of art. Let's go to this one to make you see it all together. Here go your all-seeing eye. And that is the sacred bird hovering above Nut, the sky goddess. This is Mayan cosmos. This symbol is the same as this symbol. This is the all-seeing eye with the rays of light emanating from it. See, this is the secrets of the Masons, how they able to create free energy and convince the entire earth that we on a little bitty blue ball and we running out of energy and running out of everything. Scarcity has the root word of scare. And when you order out of chaos or new world order, you have to keep people constantly scared that we're running out of stuff so you can have rich and poor and people stacking up shit in a closet and piling up shit, when really it's abundance. And they'll create what we call the matrix is the illusion of scarcity, global warming, overpopulation, as if the Most High didn't create enough, as if the Most High that created this beautiful creation was a dummy. You leave your children at the house, you got enough food in that house for them children so that when you get back, your children ain't starving. But yet they tell you that the Most High created this earth and the Most High left its children in this earth. And the Most High didn't leave enough food and products and resources here for us. So we got to go to war for them. Would you leave your children in the house if you got 5 of them with one damn bread slice? They going to fight for that bread slice. See, you as a parent ain't dumb enough to leave your house and leave your children without enough stuff till you get back. But they telling you that the Most High is a fucked up parent, a neglectful parent. left us at this earth without shit in the refrigerator. Now we got to go to work in all these countries against that country because we need resources. That's an illusion. The people that's going to war is the poor people. And the people telling you we got to go to war because it ain't enough resources are fucking liars. There's more than enough resources. They want you to think it ain't enough resources and there's too many people on earth so you can go to war and kill each other for nothing by the millions when there's more than enough resources. It's a matrix. Scarcity is creating scared, making folks scared. We're going to run out of water, run out of this. Nature ain't no neglectful mother. She left more than enough so that we'll never run out. Everything is constantly renewing itself through the toroidal field. Earth is an enclosed reality that exists inside of a magnetic energy field, and everything is constantly renewed at the center so we can never run out of any of the elements. They have to create that scare, though, to create scarcity and to have government there to portion out and ration out everything. But the truth is that nature made more than enough. Ain't nobody got to have no government rationing that out. What ration things out to the animals? Now, so the symbol we looking at with the all-seeing eye, again, it's the Wi-Fi symbol, all-seeing eye. All right. Now, the pole that's connected, the candle that's connected, the candle that's connected to the pole is El. And the candles that surrounded El are the Elohim, or the rays of El. Let me show you something. This is the candle in the middle, which is the all-seeing eye. The reason it's the all-seeing eye, because this candlestick can see all of the candles. This candlestick can look to the left and have a view of all the candles on this side evenly. Basically, let's look at it this way. The candle in the middle splits the tree evenly. So it's the trunk. It's the trunk. It's the stem, the beanstalk. But there are branches coming off from that trunk. All right, so that's what we're looking at now. This is the tree trunk, and these are the branches. And another way of looking at that is the all-seeing eye with the rays or the extensions. You don't touch the sun. You touch the sun rays, and you can feel the sun through its rays. Right? So you don't eat an apple tree trunk. You eat the apples that's off of the branches. Like you don't walk up to an apple tree and bite into the trunk. You pull an apple from off the side, off the branches, the extensions, the abundance, the addition, the child, the birth, the growth is what we feed off of. So like I said, same with the sun. You don't touch the sun, you enjoy the rays. You know, just like you don't eat the apple tree trunk, you eat the apples or the rays. When you say raise, that's the children. Remember, you raise your children. Your children are an extension of you, like the sun rays are an extension of it, like a tree branches are an extension of the trunk. But this was all corrupted and turned into patriarchal stuff so that we can hide the matriarchal sciences that would allow us to empower ourselves with magnetism. The root word of magnetism is ma. Ma, we got to get back to ma if we want to be powered. Because this arch now represents the top of a phallus, but it used to represent a pregnant belly, which is the gateway, the arch in St. Louis. So the pregnant belly is the gateway by which man and woman enter the earth. So all the ancients had that pregnant belly, like Nut the Sky Goddess and all these images here. But when they took that away, they turned that pregnant belly and all of this science into Mount Calvary. They replaced that pregnant belly with a doggone mountain with some dude who trying to act like he can give you rebirth. That's why they say you got to be born again through Jesus. I'm not being born through no man. I don't want to come out of a butthole covered in boo-boo. I'm good with coming out of my mama. I don't want to be born out of a man. I'm sorry. That's what this hole is right here. That's a butthole. Who want to be born through Jesus? See, they took the woman out the way, and now they got these fools talking about, I'm going to be born again through Jesus. Anytime you going to be born, it's going to be through a womb, buddy. Not no butthole. They got us they got us spiritually homosexuals. So hold on a second. Let's take a look at Rocky Balboa. This is the famous scene on Rocky when he climbed up the step pyramid. And you don't know why this scene was so famous, because this is cosmology. I'll break it down to you real quick. You ain't gonna get this nowhere else, people. Hit the like button. When you see Rocky climbing up the steps, these steps are the step pyramid. These steps that Rocky are climbing up. But you know when you make it up to the top that these arms raise. Here go the steps right here. Here go the steps. When you climb up the steps, you raise your arm. When you touch down with the Most High, you raise your arm. Everything is esoteric science, people. At the middle of the Mayan cosmos, there's a trident when you climb them steps. The sacred mountain right here. Excuse me, hold on, I got cars outside. Check it out, right? This the sacred mountain right here. These the steps that Rock is standing on. These steps are the sacred mountain, the step pyramid. Him raising his arms is him being the tree of life. Rocky is a damn Mason. We know Sylvester Stallone a Mason. I'm trying to show y'all how everybody is laughing at you. They all know the earth is flat and at the center is how you make it to other worlds. It's a literal beanstalk where these compasses pointing. All of these folks know that, man. I don't think none of these folks really die. I think they just go to the portal. When they get old, hey man, just throw me in. Take me to another plane. Because that's what's going to happen when you die anyway. It's literally a CERN portal at the North Pole. This CERN shit ain't nothing new. This tree of life is an ancient portal that was created by higher beings. Our ancestors already created it. I believe this world is a creation of our ancestors. I think our ancestors created this world from another world, and that to get back to the real world, there's a portal, and all compasses point to the portal to get back to where the ancestors at. It's a all-seeing eye, and if you ever look up CERN, look at their technology, that's what it is, a portal. But Rock is showing you here the Great Mother. That's the Great Mother. This is what Rock is showing you. It's self-explanatory, man. You see the step pyramid? At the top of the step pyramid being the trident. That's what he's showing you. And they call him Rocky because he's personifying a black rock, a black stone. Here go the black stone. I keep showing you. This is the rock right here. Rocky. Life is a fight, people. And the whole Rocky series is esoteric science, but I don't decode movies no more. The most I do, I'll give y'all a little bit of decoding like this right here and there. I'll throw a little some in that, but you know, if it's worth decoding, this was worth decoding because we all watch Rocky and we all remember this scene, which was a famous scene, but we don't know why the scene was famous. Right here is all Masonic cosmology, all Masonic symbolism. That's why it was famous. Now we're going to move on. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. See this? Let me show you something real quick. Show y'all something. This what they give you for the mothership is nothing but the same thing they give you for Wi-Fi. This is the female uterus, and they hid it with all these men. So Rocky climbing up the step pyramid, raising his arms. Remember that the walls of your mother birth canal is rigid walls. Energy can't cease to exist. You're only going to be born again. Here go the step pyramid right here, people. When you step up this pyramid and reach the top, that's the sperm making it to the egg. This is the story of recreation. When your dad has skeeped the sperm in and that sperm reached the egg is the all-seeing eye. That's why when Rocky made it to the top, he raised his arms up because he talking about the fallopian tube, the ovary. Listen, this is sacred. This is all sacred geometry at its finest. Folks, hit the like button, all right? Here's your step pyramid. And above it is an all-seeing eye. See, what they did was corrupted this science, women. These are homosexuals. They ain't got no love for you. Look at here. You got a step pyramid and an all-seeing eye. Step pyramid, all-seeing eye. Okay? Literally that simple. This is your beam me up, Scotty mothership. And if you looking at it, it's made the same way as an elephant horn. So let's go back here. You see why now the elephant tie into Turtle Island. Okay? The elephant sitting on a platform or steps. And the elephant shaped like a triangle above those steps. The elephant represents the all-seeing eye. The horn is the lifeline. E.T. phone home. When you get on the telephone, you're getting on the horn. We say that in the South. You know, you go to Alabama, cats, it'd be like, yo, let me use your phone. It'd be like, yo, let me borrow your horn for a minute. You know what I mean? So it's this our lifeline. The tree of life is a horn, a trunk that connects us to source, beams us out. It beams our consciousness up out of here so that we can go through these steps, planes of existence, and work our way up the mountain back to source. So those steps are represented by an elephant trunk, because if you ever saw an elephant trunk, the elephant trunk looked like a stairway. The ancestors are very creative, man. It's beautiful stuff. But when you don't understand ancient science, you think they was worshiping elephants. You think they was just stupid, when the ancestors was just worshiping the womb that they came out of. They said, hey, man, don't this look like an elephant with the Reggie trunk, you know? And so the Hindus called it Ganesh, you know? And that became the elephant and turtle myth. Here's the turtle right here. The actual fetal sac is the turtle. And remember, that's the all-seeing eye. This the football with the pupil in the middle. Here's the eye right here. And when you talk about the alphabet I, is literally an I, the dot and a line, a lowercase I. Okay? It's the I am that I am. Okay? So here's the I right here with the pupil in the middle, but that's the biological I. When I give you sacred geometry, I'm always give you the thorough shit. So if you want to understand that why the alphabet, the lowercase I is also called the I, is because of its sacred geometry. A dot and a line. A dot and a line. Remember, this is the horn. This is this is how you're able to communicate with source. So it's shaped like what? A microphone. It's shaped like a microphone because this is the lifeline. All this sacred geometry brings it together, and it brings us into a spiritual space where we can look at these symbols and the words we use from a different perspective that the ancestors was using it from. So when I showed you Oceanus with the crab on his nose, this is also a lobster. This is a crab holding up his claws. When I do this to you, I'm trying to freak your mind up. I'm trying to get your pineal gland to look at all this shit in so many ways, so that when you walk away here, it'll be images flashing in your subconscious, whether you know it or not. And all these different slides I'm putting in your mind, I'm programming you back with the code of the ancients. And I'm giving you the sound with the image to evoke that Akashic memory in you. That's what I'm doing. So when you walk away from this and you go to sleep at night, some of these images going to pop up in your subconscious and all that because your brain working it out. It's going back to that place where we lost, where we forgot. It's putting it all back together. In one of my streams, you see over 100 slides. Easy. Easy. And I'm basically putting all of these symbols back in one place so you can reconnect the universal code. Now let's keep on going. It's all the same thing. When you say Wi-Fi, you're saying wifey, my wifey. You know what I'm saying? You're saying wifey. The woman is the wifey. She's the signal, right? This symbol is the uterus. Became Ganesh in Hindu, the elephant. So if you look at this, this is a what? A bullhorn. You got to pick the symbols apart, people. Don't just look at the symbol. Study the symbol. Look around it. Look at each part of it. Break it down. And you will see this is the eye of God speaking on the bullhorn. And as the eye of Ra speaks on the bullhorn, the signal is emitted outward like a ripple effect. So this bullhorn looks like a nose, but this nose is a bullhorn, and it became this elephant nose called Ganesh. Now you see how Ganesh relate to the Anunnaki and how it's all the same, because Anunnaki is Anu and Nagi, and Anu and Nagi is turtle and elephant. You Aboriginals got to go look up the turtle and elephant myth. Everyone told the same cosmic story of different creatures in different ways, but only one symbol, one sacred geometrical pattern. That's why I'm able to do what I'm doing right now, because it's not different stories. Anunnaki is Anu and Nagi, Jack and Jill, Adam and Eve, Yin and Yang, turtle and elephant, rabbit and hare, Batman and Robin, devil and Jesus. This is the same story of duality and Trinitarian knowledge that's been told all throughout the ancient world. How you get duat from a point of singularity. Okay? How the universe is one thing, but all things. And all things are one thing. So I'm tying all of these symbols together, and you can see that the horn of Ganesh is the horn we see here in the Wi-Fi symbol. And it's amazing, man, that they turned the great mother into everything but a mother, man. You got elephants. You got all-seeing eyes. You got niggas standing up on mountains. And they got everything today but what it originally meant. And that's the uterus that you came out of. And that ought to break your heart. That ought to make you want to cry. That this thing was corrupted to the degree that it is today. And nobody cared to bring it back. Women, you were written out of mythology. And because of that, we have the rise of homosexuality. Everything starts spiritual first. You cannot attack the problems that plagues the people if you don't start at the roots or the foundations. We say we got to start at the roots. We talking about a tree. So why don't we get back to the sacred tree of life, what I'm trying to give you here? Because when we was great, we knew this stuff that I'm saying. When we became idiots and slaves, it's because we forgot the stuff that I'm saying. I don't care how much other stuff you remember. It's all worthless and bull crap until you get this, because when you had this, you was great. You knew how to treat each other. Wasn't no wars, wasn't no scarcity. We knew better than that. Okay? Now that we got all of these symbols synced together, I think we can go ahead and begin the slideshow, because people like, damn, guess what? Yes, folks, we haven't even started the slideshow yet. This was just an hour and a half introduction of me giving you some bonus material. So I wanted to tie that into Turtle Island for you. So at this time, we will start our slideshow. And that means that what we're going to do is switch here, actually. Actually, that's what we want to do. Hold on a second, because we're about to get it in now. We're about to start the real presentation. We're done with the intro. I know people like, damn, bro, that was the intro. Yep, folks, that was just the intro. That was just the intro. I'll be right back to start the actual presentation. Let's get it. Dun, 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 dun. I'm back, and it's time to get it in. Let's go deep in the rabbit hole. Now, let me start off by saying this. Do you know anybody named Tyrell? Or anybody named Uriel? I ask you that for these reasons. Some of these common male names that we use originate from cosmological concepts. We're here today to talk about Turtle Island. And so far, I've been syncing it with ancient cosmology. I've been syncing it with all the religions and all the symbols around the world. And we've been talking about the reverence of the arch and why it's revered all throughout the world. The picture in front of you is Jesus on Turtle Island, or what they call Mount Meru. It's a mound, or a mountain is just Nut. And again, he represents Shu. We already went over this, so I don't really got to talk about how this relates to Turtle Island. What I really want to talk about while you look at this, and before we get into the slide, is the word turtle. Remember, I told you previously that we don't say turtly, we spell it turtly, but L-E is really E-L. It's turt-L. And the name turtle, we already know, is related to the god El, because the tur is the tourist field, and El was a god that represents the tourist. So the word turtle come from the word tur and the word El. So it didn't have a T in the middle. It was Terrell. So if you know somebody named Terrell or Tyrell or Uriel or Uriel, it's because of the name turtle. It's related to the word turtle. Turtle was Terrell because tur and el represents the tourist. So it was Terrell, which is a very common name, Terrell or Tyrell, okay, which comes from turtle. So, I I just wanted to point that out to y'all so we can get a history of this language, why we name people certain names. In fact, if you want me to, I can do a whole show breaking down your name and breaking down your numerology and the sound vibrational essence that makes up you. Because this is the real astrology. This is deep. Numerology will kill astrology. Matter of fact, I think I need to have some shows doing that, decoding you guys' energy for you. Because since I did myself, I might as well do you. So if you would like that, hit the like button and get in the comment section and say, yeah, bro Sanchez, do a stream so I can give you my information and you can decode my energy. And I'll do that for you. And I'm not using no astrology either. But anyway, now at this time, we're going to begin the slideshow, the ancient spiritual meaning of Turtle Island revealed with syncretism, etymology, and sacred geometry. In this slideshow, we focusing mainly on just the shapes, the art, and the sacred geometry, which is my favorite. We got all the complex, hard stuff out the way. So now you arrived at a resting point where we can just now tie it all together by visually syncing it with our eyes. I don't really have to say much because I've been teaching this stuff pretty good. You already know the meaning of what we're looking at. You know that the dome represents the torus field. You know that Jesus' shoe or the opening of a hyperboloid. We went over all the mechanics of what it means. All I'm going to do in this slideshow is show you yet more sacred geometrical symbols that relate to this. So all we're going to be doing is saying, hey, look at that symbol. It means it too. Hey, look at that symbol. It's the same thing. And the reason for this is to show you everything is everything. So the name of this portion is called Turtle Parallels. We're going to be looking at turtle parallels. That's the layout for this part 3 portion. So let's get it. First slide. Let's begin the slideshow. We already know about that one. So here again, right? In this is called the ancient sky woman myth. This story is just as old as the Turtle Island myth. And it's a story about how the cosmos come to be with a sky woman and a turtle. So in some cultures, you had the turtle and the elephant. And in some cultures, you had the turtle and the woman for the reasons I explained to you earlier, that the turtle is the woman. All right, I told you that earlier. I told you that basically what you're looking at now is the same thing we was looking at here. Jesus on top of the arch with his hands raised, but he's ascended. He's above the sky. He's in the pupil. So Jesus at the center of the arch with his hands raised is a corruption of this right here. You see the mother goddess representing the arch with her hands raised, connected to the center of the tree. This story predates Jesus' story. So this artwork became this artwork. And we're just making parallels today. We're making our parallels, people, okay? And that's something in itself when you say parallel. You're talking about a pair of L's, and each L is one of Jesus' arms connected to the body. Each L is the number 7, and the number of Saturn is 5. 7 plus 7 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5, which is the number of Saturn. Because if you think of a 5 dice, X marks the spot. The number 5 is the X. If you think of numerology or a 5 dice, it's an X. And that's what Jesus represents, a crossroads, a X in the middle of a bull's eye or a bell's eye. That dome is a bell, and the eye of that bell is what rings it, and that's represented as Jesus in the middle. So if you think of a bell, what rings the bell is the pole and the ball, the sperm and the egg. Where does the sperm and the egg reside? Inside of a dome or the belly of a woman or her fetal sac. in her body. That's where the sperm rings the bell. And remember that the little line is the sperm and the little ball is the egg. And the doggone whole bell itself is the belly or the body of the woman where the sperm going in the egg. This war between God and the devil is happening in her body, between the sperm and the egg, but it's a beautiful war. Okay? So understand, Jesus going to hell is the sperm. You know, Jesus going to heaven is the egg or the arch. And the whole Mount Calvary and the two thieves is right here. Takes place in the woman. He's the uterus. And basically this is the same thing as this. Jesus is anew. I told y'all this lecture ain't just for aboriginals, this for Kemetic folks too. I told you I'm gonna be beating them up a little bit too. People, because you gotta get this knowledge. Don't you want it? This is the Lord of the Rings right here. Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, people. So the people that control industry, the people who run society in these different industries got the most rings. Think about it, even in sports. The niggas who play football who got the most rings on their fingers are the highest ranking motherfuckers in that league. You can't say nothing to the man who got 9 damn Super Bowls rings on his hand if you just got 2. So the ring is the rank. The ring is the rank. The G is the K. So when you say ring, you're saying rink. It's a rank. And the Lord of the Rings is the God of this world. So no matter how many rings you got, it don't mean shit to the Pope, because you're going to kneel down and kiss his goddamn ring. Now let me show you something. Why do we kiss the Pope hand? Because the Pope is the Lord of the Rings in the flesh. He represent, see, all of these, the kissing of the hand, a royal family, whoever you see hand getting kissed, they the highest ranking. And they're not kissing a hand, they're kissing the ring. These secret societies got their own rings, folks. I don't know if you know that. And depending on the logo on that ring, you know you dealing with a high order secret society. The secret societies got rings. And a way of greeting each other is kissing the ring, because my shit got my rank on it, nigga. Like if I'm a 32nd degree Mason and I got this ring on, and you got that little old 10-degree ring on, when we meet, you gotta kiss my shit. You gotta kiss, kneel and kiss the ring, nigga. And that's where this terminology come from. It's the way of them, instead of them saluting each other like military people, because think about it. When they kiss the ring, that's a salutation. Kissing the ring is another way they salute each other. In the military, we just salute. But they kiss a ring in royalty, because the ring got the rank. And if the rank is higher, now see, if his ring would have had a higher rank than his ring, he would have had to kiss his shit. It's that simple. It keeps order in their echelon of power. So the same thing happened in the military. Instead of getting rings, you get stripes or ranks. A rank is a ring in the military. A stripe is a ring. All right? Remember that. Stripes is a strip, which is a ring. Now, each ring is supposed to represent a stairway up to heaven. Stairway to heaven. Excuse me, a step up the stairway to heaven. So this is where kissing the ring come from, you know. And the thing about it is, the Lord of the Rings is this guy. So if you want to talk about who got the highest ranking ring, Jesus got the highest ranking ring That's the halo. That's the ring that no man can kiss. So when you see Saturn with the ring around him and you see these guys kissing each other rings, the god of their little ring structure is Saturn. He got a huge ass ring around his whole body. And all of these other guys are just little bitty rings. You see? But see, the God that's at the top of their order is supernatural and is represented by all of the slain ring bearers before them. All the forefathers, founding fathers of their priesthoods and everything who wore those rings. Okay? It's literally that simple. All right? So now you see what the Lord of the Rings is all about. What we can do now is tie this picture into these guys, and you can see Jesus is indeed a modern day form of Mazda, Ma'at, Zorro, the Lord of the Rings, the God of the New World Order. People, wake up. It's time to wake up, all right? You're worshiping the devil. Now, let me, because people think I'm the devil when I'm showing them right here, you worshiping the Pope, you worshiping the Lord of the Rings, Saturn, which is a patriarchal blasphemous, blasphemized version of the Great Mother. You need to come up out of that. Now, I'm going to keep the slides rolling now that we tied all of that together. All right, so when you see Jesus surrounded in the halo, Saturn surrounded in the hula hoop or the ring, all right, it's the same thing as the Great Mother sitting on the moon crest. Let me see if I can throw that up for you real quick. The mother on the moon crest. All right, it's the same as Jesus on the cross. It's the same as that crest would be this turtle's back. And as you can see the similarities, the Sky Woman arms is open and raised. And the Great Mother on the moon crest arms is raised the same way. And she's on top of the arch, just like the Native Americans showing you in the Sky Woman art. But the symbol we see on the left is Islamic. So the Great Mother was replaced with a star. The star of Isis became Ishtar. Okay? It became a computer symbol called an asterisk. All right? So let's just keep this going. Keep the symbols going. Keep next slide. Again, when you see the Buddha meditating with the mushroom on his head and the arch around him, we know this is nothing but the human torus field. And we know that Hathor represents the torus field, and we went over that in the previous one. We went over the mushroom figurines in the previous one. This is the place inside of the human's bioenergy field, or the crown chakra, what we call it, what allows for recreation of thought, of vibrational thought to be restored. So once you open up that portal, it's another way of draining all of the negativity out of one's auric field. That's what meditation is all about. So when you say drained, it's not a bad thing to feel drained. When you feel drained, what are you going to do? Close your eyes and go to sleep, and you renew yourself because your body is forcing you to meditate. Sleep is a form of meditate. So this is all things that we naturally do, but if you consciously do it, it's called astral projection. Okay? Now, that is what we see in this picture, is leaving this body, tapping into the macro body, and then you can travel the macro plane, or what they call the astral plane. All right. So when you see the goddess bent over the entire earth, that is the viewpoint. When you get on the astral plane, you will be looking at the earth from the view, what they said, when the devil took Jesus up on the mountain, he saw all the kingdoms of the earth. This is it right here. When you leave the body and you reach the astral plane, if you ever make it out of your bedroom, if you reach the astral plane in the multiverse, you will see all the kingdoms of earth as one thing. People that's astral projected and they masters at it, they know what I'm talking about. You reach a level where you can see the entire earth as one thing, and you can leave it and go to other worlds and come back here. Now, there are stories of people losing their way back here, and then they said we see it play out as somebody died and they sleep. They got trapped on another plane of existence. I don't want to scare y'all with astral travel, because wherever you go, the same people gonna be there. Me, your mama, daddy. Like, it's like mirrored worlds. But it might be like if you dream and you ever had a weird dream about like you with all these strangers and your mama wasn't there or nothing. Your mama was there in that dream. She may have existed as a totally different woman doing something else in that dream world. But your family and your loved ones is always on each plane. We have infinite copies of ourselves on each plane. And they're all emanating from one source. The true you is at the center of the earth. So we're shining out like the sun right now, because the real you at the center, and there's an infinite amount of copies existing across a holographic fractal universe, and at any one of those copies you shift your consciousness into exist on its own plane of existence. You chose to be here for a reason. But as we travel these different versions, excuse me 1 minute. As we travel amongst these different versions of ourselves, kind of like Jet Li the One, we go in and out of these different copies of our infinite selves through our center self. So when you transfer consciousness from this body to another one of your holographic bodies on another plane of existence, you go through the real self. That's the pivotal point, the pivot point. That's like the pivot foot, right? Think of a protractor. Okay, a protractor is a projector. That's the pivotal point. All right, and from that point, you can project yourself into any of the infinite selves on any of the infinite planes. Next slide. So that Buddha represents the pivotal point, and here it is again. When you see the artwork around the ancient world of them being enclosed in a dome, I'm going to pull this up for you. It was corrupted to these gods called Anu and all of that. But what you're looking at is the human aura. That's all it is. Let's just put this up here for a minute so we can have some kind of grounding reference, right? We already know we covered in an auric field. Let's just put that up there for a minute. By the way, thanks for y'all patience. Here's a good one. All right, let's go with this right here. I like this one. We'll go with that one. Now remember that your aura is made out of the light of your chakras. Every human is a rainbow. So why is the rainbow so sacred? Because all of your chakras are your light bodies. And each chakra is connected to one of the seven heavens or the seven planes of existence. And each one is a different color. All right. So the thing about that is all of these different colors emanating from each chakra, each build a layer around your body. So your red chakra make a red egg around you. Your blue chakra make a blue egg around you. Your purple chakra make a purple egg around you. And you look like a walking rainbow. We are the rainbow. Now they got the rainbow connected with homosexuality because they corrupting all the science of the human auric field and the goddess. So everything that was meant for the great mother is now the men, y'all, these gay gods, the homosexuals that rule the world. They got them meaning gay shit today. You got to remember that the gay people that run the world, they practice magic too. They know about these symbols too. They wizards and very smart too. They taking these symbols and purposely turning them to mean gay stuff. So they say you being born out of a man, and that the rainbow now means gay stuff, when the rainbow is really the human aura, and nut is a big rainbow. We're surrounded by a huge rainbow, and it's really a rainbow. The earth is the shell of the earth is a big rainbow. And that shell is why it was called a turtle. Is why the earth was connected with the turtle, because the shell of the earth is a rainbow of light. In other words, the earth is a huge auric field just like the human. You are a little bitty auric field in a big old auric field. And the shell, or the turtle shell, was what represent the aura. So the shell, again, if you look at the symbol of this the all-seeing eye with the light coming from it. Or again, like I was telling y'all in the other video, it's the uterus, it's the nagini. You see? And that shell literally represents your shell, the outer macro body. Okay? So Earth is this, you're like a form of Saturn. All right? The singularity in the middle of the rings is you. You're the lord of your own rings. You're a reptilian eye. This is your reptilian eye. The reptilian eye is the human being inside of the auric field. It's nothing to be scared of. Let's take a look at it. See, they want to scare y'all today with this stuff. Don't let them scare you, man. When you see the little football slit surrounded by the circle, here it is right here. It's the same reptilian eye. They're trying to scare you. All right? We're the reptilians. You got the power. Everything they want you to be scared of, you need to become it. If you become your fears, you won't have no fears. So when you look at, let me show you something. When they give you this planet Saturn with all the colorful rings around it, it's a religion. This ain't real. It's fancy artwork. They lying to us. There is no space, people. There's only the ether. There's only the torus field. When you say the ether, you're saying the eater. Just take the doggone H off. The ancestors call it the eater. Let me show you something. They called it the Ouroboros. They said it was the great eater because it eats everything up. Everything breaks down there. This is the ether. But the word ether is eater. It's eating its own tail. The Ouroboros is the ether or the eater. It's eating its own tail. The ether is the eater because the eater represented the etheric realm. And that was corrupted and turned into this. The people who hide in the secrets of the ether are the space programmers. They are hiding the secrets of the ether or the eater. Here's the eater right here. Here's his mouth. So they're hiding the secrets of magnetism, free energy, by hiding the shape of the earth. That's why they keep on attacking flat earth all in the media, folks. The space programs all got chevrons because that snake mouth represent the ether or the eater. This is religion, people. All these chevrons are from different space programs. This is a worldwide agenda. Every space program got the same symbol, which is the serpent tongue, because the serpent tongue is the Ouroboros. So this is where NASA get their logo from. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. NASA in Hebrew, you got all of these Hebrew Israelites, they love to translate shit to Hebrew, but they still believe in the globe. Them Negroes ain't translated the word NASA in Hebrew yet. What y'all doing, Tazoria? Won't y'all look up the word NASA in Hebrew, and you will see that you being deceived and that your children being deceived. We pay these folks $80+ million a day, $70+ million every day, 365 days a year, just for them to hide cosmic science from us, hide free energy from us. NASA is an anagram for Saturn or Satan. And again, all of the space programs of the world belong to the United Nations and the royal families, and they are hiding the ether that Tesla talked about, that Tesla tapped into. Remember that the ether is the eater. It's the eater. See, for Adam and Eve to get this knowledge, they had to eat that apple. In all these religious mythologies, it's some eating going on when people getting this divine download. That's what happened at the Passover table with Jesus. When you pass over into these ranks of knowledge, the soul is eating from the tree of life. That's what I'm doing to you now. I'm giving you food from the tree of life. I'm channeling it through myself, giving it to you. So when this starts to happen and you begin to get fed, you begin to grow. You begin to get ripe. And the word ripe is rip. And when you start to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow and get ripe and ripe and ripe, your toroidal field outgrow this place. And you leave here. You got to leave this body because it can no longer hold all of your wisdom. And you die your death and you have sinned. People that don't grow, they die their death, they come back here. Like a child that flunked kindergarten. So let me just show you something real quick. Here's the planet Saturn with all the different color rings around it. The planet Saturn with all the different color rings around it is nothing but you, family. You are Saturn with all the rings around you. All the rings around you, all the rings around you are the multicolored lights emanating from your chakras. Each chakra has a different color illumination, and each one creates a shell around you. So you got a multi-layered, colorful shell around your body. We call it your aura. We're surrounded by a rainbow. That's what we travel the cosmos in. So the symbol of Saturn is all a human auric field. And we know that the earth is a giant aura field. That's why the name of this snake is the Ouroboros. It's a personification of the aura field. the torus field or torus field. And it's the ether or the eater. The eater is the ether or the aether, the number 8. All right, here's the number 8. So if you spell out the word 8 and put ER on it, it became the aether or the ether. The aether or the ether, which is the eater, is literally all of that. The number 8, the aether, the aether. So I spell I spell them all out for you. EIGHTER is AETHOR, which is EATER. The eater is the aether or the ethereal plane, which is also the number aether. The aether is the eater, the great eater. It's weird, right? I know it's crazy. This is also became the hamster on the wheel. As it eats its tail, it looked like a hamster on a wheel. So they also give you this as a form of a hamster on a wheel. All right. And we know the hamster get his name from the deity they call Ham, which represented this steering wheel as well. So Ham's steering wheel, or the steering wheel of God. Ham was one of those gods that steered this wheel. And they give you that in the form of a hamster on a wheel, or Ham's steer. You know, remember that the steer is the cow too, because that is related to this Taurus field too. This is the circle on Hathor's horns. Okay. The steer is the bull. And this bull's eye is the great portal that we call the Ouroboros. So when you find the words O-R, you're talking order, organism. Order is ma'at. O-R, the Ouroboros, your aura keeps order. You know, it keeps you enclosed. Without that, you couldn't hold together. There's not no bunch of atoms holding you together. It's the fact that you're being pressed into existence by your very aura. Okay? So like your body is negative space. That's why it comes in and out of existence. What's real is that which keeps regrowing your body. And that's this shell around you. That shell around you can never die. Now, just like your body inhale and exhale, and you sucking in wind to stay alive, on a macrocosmic level, what we call a cosmic breath is when you die and be reborn. Now, when your body died and keep being reborn over and over, it's leaving the middle of this shell, becoming the shell. Then when it forgets it's the shell, the body reappears in the middle. Then when the body dies, you remember you was the doggone shell. Then when the shell forgets that it's the shell again, the body grows back in the middle. So if you go inside of your room and start flickering on and off your light switch, you can look at that as light and death. You can look at this as a light bulb, and you are the light inside of this bulb flickering on and off. Life and death, life and death. Remembering that you're a spirit, forgetting that you're a spirit. Remembering that you're a human, then you forget it. And that's called a cosmic breath. So it actually looked like your spirit is breathing, or put it this way. In the middle of your chest is an organ called a heart, and it beats the vibration of life throughout your body in a 360 fashion. The human heart feeds energy and blood throughout your whole biological body from the center outward in a 360 motion, like the eye of God, like a ripple effect. The heart being a point of singularity, and all of the areas of the body it's feeding from that point, being the extensions or the light rays coming from the sun. Your heart is the central, it's the motherboard. Once that stops, the body dies. So that's what's controlling it. It's all being recycled through the heart. On a spiritual level, your heart chakra does the same thing for your spiritual body that your actual heart does for your biological body. So the heart chakra is literally the human body itself. I'm going to say that again. The heart chakra is the entire human body. What we call in the heart chakra is the heart of your spirit, which is your body. So let me break it down for you this way. Everything is a fractal code. The heart in your chest is what keeps your body alive. But your body is nothing but a heart that's in the chest of your spirit. Now look at it this way. Every time your heart beat, that's a miniature life and death. Boom, 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 boom. Your heart is beating. Life and death, life and death. That's on a small earthly level. We're dealing with biology right now. I'm syncing the heart to the entire human body on a spiritual level. Watch what I do here now. Your heart keep you alive, but your body keep your spirit alive. Your body is a big old heart that beats at a long rate that we call a lifetime. As your heart beat at a short rate, boom, 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 it keeps the body alive. But everything is a fractal code and it gets slower as it go outer. So as your liberty heart keep your big old body alive, your big old body is what keeps your spirit alive, and it goes outward and outward and it get bigger and bigger. See, the heart is a vortex, and that's what the body itself is. Now, as the heart beat, boom, 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 that goes by fast. But when you die and be reborn, that goes by slow. But as your body die and reappear in the middle of your aura, it's like a spiritual heartbeat. So if you can look at this picture, this is your spiritual body. Your biological body is the heart of your spiritual body. And as you die and be reborn over and over, that's the heartbeat of your spirit. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. It goes. See, the heart inside of your chest is a smaller version of what your entire body is. As your heart beats, the body beats too by going to sleep and waking up, going to sleep, waking up. You're a big old beating heart. And what's keeping you alive is a small beating heart. And the earth is a big old beating heart, and it's beating at a lower rate. So, night and day, night and day. Everything is a fractal code made just like this. So your heart beating, inhale, exhale is life, death, life, death. That's the pattern of infinity. Yin, yang, yin, yang. And as we zoom out the macrocosm, as you die and be reborn and that body is leaving and exiting this auric field, that's your spirit breathing. As the spirit breathes, we call it life and death. But the spirit gotta breathe. The spirit, see, as you breathe fast. It's like, that's fast because you just a little human. But your spirit is a giant. As your spirit breathes, its inhales and exhales take a lifetime. So when you die and you take that last breath, that was the way your spirit was inhaling last. As your spirit inhales and exhales, we call that life and death, born and reborn. And your body is leaving and disappearing in the middle of this vortex, and that's your spirit breathing. That's the eye blinking, or the body dying and being reborn is the reptilian eye blinking. You're a light bulb, and the bulb is your aura, and the body is the light that's flickering in the middle of that bulb on and off as you die and be reborn. So I hope y'all see how deep this is. The human body is a vortex. It is the spirit. Think about it, how magical the body is. It's able to appear and reappear. Everybody who listening to me right now, you was invisible. There was a time where you didn't exist. How did you come into existence? I'm showing you right here. Magnetism explains how we transmit energy from the invisible realm to the material realm. How we transmit energy from the ethereal realm to the terrestrial realm has everything to do with vortex, of the vortex of life, this flower of life, this fractal code that I'm giving you. So, I want to keep this up a minute so you can just get this in your mind, because as the body die and be reborn, you can look at this, like I said, your aura as a bulb and your body flickering on and off. Life and death, life and death. You're a star that's flickering like the ones you see in the heavens. Okay? Want y'all to see how deep this is. Because when I say that the human body is the heart of the spirit, I really want y'all to grasp that. I think I'm doing a good job, making the point. So I'm going to move on from there. If you have any more questions on how the human body is the spirit's heart, then I can go into that some more. Okay, I can go into that some more. But we got to continue the slides. Now, people, we're going to continue this slideshow. We got about 2 hours left, unfortunately, because I had a long introduction. And unfortunately, once again, I got to take another 1 minute break. So I'll be right back with you. Hit the like button. Thank you for tuning in for today's class. All right. Check out Beats by Sanchez, aka BBS. And yeah, man, I'm gonna be giving out free beats soon. If you like my music production, check that out. We're gonna continue going now with the presentation. Y'all gave me time to roll me another one. Man, cause I have to calm down. I ain't gonna lie, this knowledge gets me crunk, gets me worked up. And I'm worried, am I gonna finish this, in the time frame that I want to finish it in. We're going to sync together some more symbols, and we're going to go even deeper down this rabbit hole. And as you can see, what you looking at here now, I brought this up to show you how it relates to these guys. Now remember, Vishnu sat on the back of a turtle, and in Mario, you lock the turtle to get extra men. That's a way of them telling you when Mario jump on top. I don't know if you played Mario and you don't know about locking the turtle, then you slow. If you lock the turtle on the stairway, you can get extra men. It's a cheat code. When you lock the turtle in Mario, to lock the turtle in Mario is to lock the turtle on the stairway. And when you see Mario on this stairway, this the step pyramid. And the turtle is the cosmos. When you climb the pyramid and get up to the dome, it looks like this. This is Mario on the turtle. See, Mario is another video game version of Vishnu. See, when you climb the step pyramid, you reach the top of the arc. All right, and that's another way of saying Vishnu on top of the turtle. And in a minute, I'll be showing you some pictures of Vishnu on the turtle. Now, in this Mario game, when you lock the turtle, you get extra men. And that's because we reincarnate this way. We get extra men, meaning we never die. Every time you die, you be reborn. And when you see Mario climbing up the step pyramid to get on top of the back of the turtle to get extra men, that's the ancient story of how they said we climbed Jacob's ladder to the arch, which is the great mother. So our spirit ascends to the arch, which is a cosmic arch, but that cosmic arch is related to an earthly arch, which is your future mama pregnant belly. It's a huge portal. That's why you see this guy with the arch and he's coming out the portal. So there is a gateway at the North Pole, but it's linked to the energy in between the legs of every woman on every plane of existence. So women are the biological portal in and out of the planes of existence. The natural portal is where compasses point to. So the earth is a giant woman, and the entry to the vagina is where the compasses is pointing to. The earth is a huge woman, and what the compasses point to is the vagina of it. Okay? Now, if you go into that portal, it'll just spit you out of hospital, being born again into another realm. And that's my belief. If you jump into the portal at the North Pole, you just wake up in a hospital, being born in another little life somewhere. That's how it is. That's how everything is an explosion, start from a baby, then exploding outward to a senior. Then what we call death is when we re-enter that portal through implosion. Meaning when you decompose and vanish, what the body is taking itself to. As the spirit journey to another place, the body decomposes in the previous realm because you're literally passing a baton. You're literally resurrecting yourself in and out of existence through the ground and through the womb of the woman. It's all connected. Everything's connected. It's beautiful. And they want to hide it from you though. But Mario climbing up that step pyramid, getting on top of the turtle back to get more life, that's what we do. We climb the stairway to heaven to the arch or the sacred mother, and we be born again and again and again. So now that we got this in mind, keep it in mind, we're going to continue the slides because here's the arch. And this is in Angkor Wat. This is a huge stone. It's about the size of the Olmec heads. And this was plagiarized and turned into this right here. Jesus on Calvary. But it's really the human enclosed in the arch. You're enclosed in your own mothership, your own gateway. So this is also a keyhole, which is a peephole. See, If anyone out there hunt, you know, in order for you to get a good shot, you got to close one of your eyes. All right. So the bull's eye, the target symbol that leads us back to the source, we make it there by closing one eye and shutting one eye, closing one eye and shutting one eye. That means dying and being reborn, dying, being reborn. Life and death is the blinking eye of the spirit. Your spirit is a cyclops, and every time it blinks its eye, it means your body is dying and reborn on a plane. Surrounding your body is what puts your body together in the womb of your mama. This the magnetic intelligence that was putting you together in the womb. You impregnated your mama, not your daddy. Remember that. So when you see pictures of Gab having sex with Nut, yeah, it's incest, but they telling you some spiritual shit. So if you interpret it on an earthly level, yeah, it's crazy, but it ain't meant to be interpreted for like literally a child having sex with his mama. It's meant to tell you the journey of the soul through the pregnant belly. Y'all got to get off the surface level with this shit. That's what I'm here to do. Raise your consciousness from the surface level. In order to raise you from the surface, we got to climb the stairway together. And that's what we're doing here. When I raise your consciousness from surface level, we all going to stand on top of that arch together with this new initiated wisdom. Okay, because this what's been hidden from us. And once you raise your consciousness, that's another way of saying climbing the stairway of heaven. As Mario reached the top, that's called raising the consciousness. When you reach the top maximum threshold of knowledge of all you needed to know in this realm, you enter the castle and go to a next realm. And that's exactly what happened in Mario. And he go down a pipe because the pipe is the North Pole. The pipe is the North Pole right here. Mario going down the pipe, you can see it right here where they get it from. Mario going down that cosmic eye, that bull's eye, in and out of worlds. It's him traveling through the pipes, going up the step pyramids to the castle, which is the arch, because you got to climb this step pyramid to get to the arch. I showed you that in Mayan cosmology. So as he climbed this step pyramid, he reached the arch, which is the castle. All the castles in Mario shaped like an arch. And now after he reached the arch, he can pass through the Holy of Holies, which is a pipe. Think about that. I want y'all to think about something. If the man already climbed up the steps and go in a doggone castle, why would they make him also go in a pipe? Like you would think they would just say that's enough. Okay, he went in the castle, now go to the next board. No, they make him enter the castle, then they make him leave out of the castle and enter the pipe because they giving you cosmic science of the soul's journey through the ether. He climbed the step pyramid, he reached the arch, then he entered the eye, which is the pipe. Now we're going to keep on, and that's what this guy represents. He's riding, what this stone represents is the journey of the afterlife. And it looks like a UFO ship. This became UFO talk. But you are a UFO. And the doggone spaceship is around your body. You're traveling through the cosmos right now. So let me show you something. This symbol right here is the same symbol as this symbol. I'm showing y'all where we get all these little colorful chakra charts and shit from that you use on the internet. You know, y'all will pull up this type shit all day. And y'all love this little colorful stuff. And I like it too. But damn it, I'm showing you the real ancient science of where we get all of this chakra talking shit from. When you say chakra, a chakra is a chakra to the ancients. And a chakra is just a checkpoint. Each plane is a checkpoint. Your chakras are a spiritual step pyramid that lead up to the crown, which is the Holy of Holies. You made just like the earth, people. Your chakra is a step pyramid system. That's what the spinal cord is, a biological staircase. And that's what's connect the chakras. Your spinal cord lead up to your pineal gland, just like your root chakra lead up to your crown chakra. Everything is micro, macro. So now that we got that out the way, we see now. You are the bull's eye. You're the eye of the bell. You're a bell that keeps ringing. As the pendulum swings, that's another way of saying the body reincarnating. Okay? As the body exits and leaves this macro, see, the macro body never goes anywhere. It don't go anywhere. What's flickering on and off is the body. The body is the duat. The body is the bond. All right? But see, the thing about dying and being reborn and that light flickering on and off is the inhalation and exhalation of the soul. So inhale and exhale, you got to understand that hell is the earth plane. And that don't mean it's a bad thing. It's just a name of put it this way. The word hell come from the word shell, but you just taking the damn S off. So hell ain't a bad place. Hell ain't nothing but the damn complete turtle shell around the earth. That's what we go to when we die. Everybody go to shell. It's not hell, it's shell. But they just took the S off of it. All right? It's really, when we say hell, we saying shell. And the word shell is also the word sheol or swell, because it's a bulge, a swelling, a arch. A shell is a swell, you know. And the word swell is the root word of swallow or swallow, because it was said that this swelling will swallow you. This swelling swallows the conscious light of what you are, and it recycles you. So this is the Pac-Man symbol too. So I'm just tying all the words together. The swell is the shell, and it swallows or swallows, you know. So when we talk about the hollow earth theory, the word hollow is also the word shallow, and it's related to the shadow realm or the holographic realm. Like your shallow is a hologram or a shallogram. Now, I told you earlier that those guys greet each other by kissing the ring. I also wanted to point out that, I forgot about something else. Excuse me. I'm having brain farts. 1 minute. It'll come back to me in a minute. I can't even think of it right now. But I'm going to get back to what I was saying. See, when you say Hades, if you move the S to the front, it becomes shade. Nut is a shade. She's a lampshade. She shapes the light of the world. So the outline of this is Nut. But all of this right here is the light that she shaped. Think of a cookie cutter. Counter is space and counter space. That's what you are in the body. You're like a cookie that keep being printed or pressed. All right. Your shell is what presses your body, compresses the elements in the womb to form your body. Your spirit does the work. As the baby is formed in the womb, that fetal sac is literally its aura on a biological level. And inside of that aura is the work of the soul. Now, This is deep stuff, and I'm trying my best to explain it. I always tell you how Nut shapes the light of this world into a dome. And without her, we wouldn't have light because all of the light of the world would dissipate into the void. We went over that. But I'm just showing you how they took the same symbolism and gave it to you here. These are the mushrooms that you get in Mario. All of the creatures in Mario, they shape like the same way. This the same kind of shell, people. If you look at this shell and you go back to our original collage, you can see it's the same shape. That Mercedes-Benz shape. All right. Here it is here. That same shape. Jordan with his legs open. All right. I'm just showing you how they, I really want to get this symbolism in y'all head so that anytime somebody try to give it to you, you'll know it's all the same thing no matter what it is. So this right here is a chef hat and so many more things that symbolizes the source. Just remember that the word shell became the word hell, and is also the word sail. When you take the H off, it's sail, because we sail the cosmic sea. In Egyptian cosmology, you see guys sailing the arch, the magnetic energy. Your spirit travels the magnetic energy field that surrounds the earth and is born in and out of different planes of existence as it travels that magnetic energy field. And then when it enters a plane of existence, that energy enters the bulge of the whichever mother you select, you decide to land at. So when the baby being born, that spirit made a conscious decision to land in that state, in that city, in that particular mama for whatever experience. We're all fallen angels, and we use the woman as a mothership. But on another level, you are a mothership traveling through the cosmos with your own basically life and death. You know, because what you really realize, and when we talk about this mothership, it's a mothership because it's shaped like a pregnant belly. We are what a baby is when it's being conceived in the fetus. So in other words, just because you was born out of your mama don't mean you was fully born. You just, now you got to have another birth. That's why the religions talk about all of these second births. The first birth and the first arch that you was, see this is what you got to look at. We know about Nut and Geb. We know that we inside of an arch. We inside of a pregnant belly right now called Earth. All right? We inside of a dome. But the first dome that you lived in, the first arch that you lived in was your mama belly. That was your first world arch that you lived in. When you came out of that arch, now you in a big old pregnant mama belly called Mother Earth. And when you die, you're going to be born out of her into another big old arch. And you will never escape this arch because it's the doorway. And you're going to keep exiting into these arches through the woman belly and through the sky vault, which shapes like the arch which connected to the woman. The women are the portals. All right, now today, like I said, they said Jesus is the portal and that all these men gods are the portal, but that disconnects us from the sacred truth and the pain that our mama went through for pregnancy. It takes it all away, man, and give it to these gay dudes, give all them the power and energy instead of reconnecting that energy back to the earth, which feeding us. We feed in Satan. We feed in government. We feeding devils our energy, and in return, they're just sucking us dry. When you feed your energy to the earth takes your energy, renews it, and feed it right back to you more than what you gave it. Just like when you put a seed into the ground. But when we feed our energy to government, we don't get it back. They sucking us dry. It's a vampire system. They sucking our spiritual and mental, physical energy. That's all their religions based upon vampirism and blood sacrifice. When the true blood sacrifice was what your mama already did for you to be here in the hospital when you was covered in her blood. But they turned the mother's uterus into these gay gods, and their bodies and their wings personify the woman's uterus, and it said you're going to be born through them, when really the tree of life at the center of the earth is a big uterus that souls are reborn through. And as the souls are reborn through the earth's uterus, they come in and out of planes of existence through mothers, women uteruses in the hospital. Everything is micro, macro, and play out on a fractal code like an echo effect. From small to big, from big to small. It's a cosmic pyramid. But now we got to keep it moving, guys, because I really want to finish this in time. We understand now what we're looking at here. The human traveling its mothership or its auric field through the cosmos. This is ancient spirituality that represents the journey of the soul. All right, next slide. Here is a very, very old cave art. And I got this from off of Nat Geo, and PBS, I think, did a special on this too. Don't quote me. But yes, this right here is Nudengeb, and I think another part of Cambodia. This is like cave art somewhere in Asia. But this is a famous cave art that we find all over the internet to prove that aliens are real. So millions and millions of people are using this right now as I speak to prove that UFOs are real and that our ancestors believed in aliens because they carved it on the wall. But all of us know the truth. We know what we looking at is a flat earth cosmos. We know that this picture that's carved right here in Asia is the same thing carved right here. It's the mushroom figurines that we went over yesterday. When the ancients wanted to personify the human bio-auric field, they did stuff like this right here. They drew stuff like this and images like this right here. They drew stuff like that. And since they want to hide it from us today, they turned it into UFO talk. Aliens and all that shit. Okay, so it's important that we get back to the truth. This became Pac-Man characters and UFO fights with these things right here is, chasing through Star Wars, shooting at each other. They took this cave art and turned it in so many video game creatures and different sci-fi movie concepts because they are plagiarists. They are plagiarists. All you looking at is a keyhole or a witch hat. This became the witch hat. What you looking at is the stairway and the arch, the all-seeing eye arch, and the stairway right here. Now, in Hindu, they got elephants holding up the earth plane. Right here, they got Naginis holding it up. This is the same concept. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Y'all got to bear with me for a minute. I'm going to show y'all this real quick. All right, Hindu art right here. We see the elephants holding up the turtle. Now, let's go back and check this out. Same thing right here. Instead of elephants holding up the turtle, they got Naginis holding up the turtle. Why are we corrupting this and turning it into UFO flying saucers? Here go your UFO flying saucer. It's the silver platter that the elephants are serving us life upon. We're literally being served life on a silver platter. That silver platter is the toroidal field. Okay? And here it is right here. Nut and Geb laid out. All right? This became the sacred horseshoe symbol, or what you call the Indianapolis coats. The coats is the god El, or the upper half of the Ankh. Earlier, I showed you the upper half of the Ankh. That's what we're looking at now. That's the coat symbol. Let me show you. That's the arms of the god El. I keep telling you, they got y'all worshiping Saturn. And this goes back to Egypt. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to do a little trick. We just going to hide the stick, and we're going to put just the plane and the dome. All right? Ignore the little stick at the bottom, because that'll throw you off. You got to see how it all is the same. This is Nut. This is Nut. And this is Geb. This is Nut. And this is Geb. It's all the same thing, people. It's the god El, which is Saturn, and I already showed you that. So the tree of life is the key of life as well. It became a UFO symbol. So when you talk about UFOs, you're just talking about the Ankh, the mothership. Ain't no real UFOs. Everything connected to the earth. The earth is a mothership. You are a mothership who came out of a mothership. That's why it's called I am that I am, because it's a repetitive pattern, just like this. We're going to talk about this as well. It's called Turtles All the Way Down. This is a spirituality that Native Americans use, but this is a ripple effect. This is Mount Meru. This is also a Tesla coil. See, in order to understand the secrets of free energy, what Tesla was talking about, you got to study nature. You got to study the cosmos. You got to understand how things organize themselves. So what you're looking at here with this Tesla technology is the same thing that the elephants are showing you. How energy is arranged, and energy is all around you. It's just about you arranging it through a device to tap into it. And that's what Tesla did. So if you look at all of these elephants like energy, I call them elephants. This is something turtles do all the time. If you ever go outside, many of you from the South, you saw this plenty of time. You seen turtles stacked on top of each other. This ain't no Photoshop or nothing. This is something turtles do all the time. And there's a lot of more animals that do this too, not just turtles. There's a lot of frogs that do this too. Now, this is a turtle family. And what you got is the biggest turtle is normally the mother. Then you'll have the father and all the children stacked up in the order of growth. And that's their way of carrying them all around to save energy, right? Because the biggest one got the most energy. But what we looking at is each turtle is an individual, but it's know its place. And when these turtles get ready to move, they organize their energy, right? And the best way that the turtles organize it is by stacking things up in concentric circles from large to small. And that's climbing the stairway to heaven. If the animals know that's the best way for creation, everything know that as you start big and coil up and get smaller, you are compressing centrifugal energy. Or what they calling, it's not that Tesla moving around particles or electrons. He's really tapping into the ether with using the same pattern of the ether. so to speak. Hold on. Got some background noise. So yeah, this is Mount Meru. At the center of the earth is a huge Tesla coil. Center of the earth is a huge Tesla coil. Christmas is coming up. This is your Christmas tree with the star at the top. This is how the sun and moon revolve around our head, and as they get higher to the North Pole, as they travel toward the North Pole, they ascend, and as they go back out toward the tropics, they descend. So the sun and the moon is the way we wrap lights around a Christmas tree. That's the pattern they take. Everything is cosmology. So the earth is a huge Tesla coil, and the sun and moon are the current being transmitted from that Tesla coil. And what we call a night sky, or all the stars in the sky, are just magnetic energy points coming from the center of the earth. We look up in the sky and we see it as liberty dots in the night sky, but they coming from earth. The North Pole is a projector machine, and the sky is being projected from the ground, folks. The sky is being projected from the ground. When you travel toward the North Pole, you're traveling toward the toward the source that's creating reality. All right. So in a lot of these, you'll see that the sky is connected to the earth, just like this is showing you. Reincarnations happens through the sky vault, which is connected to the earth, just like you see here. Shu connects Geb to Nu. Geb is the earth, Nut is the sky, and Shu is what connects them both. But the thing about it is, when you look up at the sky, everything you see in the sky is being projected from the ground. So this is a huge projection machine projecting a huge picture up above us, and it's spinning around, and that's the sky. But the sky above you is being created at the center of the earth. In other words, if you go to the North Pole, and if you got something bigger enough to cover up the eye of the projector machine, we won't have a sky. The sky is being projected from here outward, okay, above our head, and this thing is spinning around, and it look like all the stars and all that is spinning around, but the sky is being created from the earth. I'm giving you Turtle Island like you'll never get it before. All right, this is Turtle Island on an advanced level. Now, like I said, we're going to get into this concept in the future. I think I need to move on now. Concept in the future. My bad. I think I need to move on. My bad, y'all. All right, we're going to go through some more slides. So we see that right now, right? This image right here with the man grounded on the dielectric inertial plane and then surrounded in the arch. Keep that in mind. It's the same thing we see here. It's the same thing we see here. And it's the same thing we see here. This is just modern artwork to show you the different planes around your body. That's your aura. Each shell, it's a layered shell. So it's a turtle shell, a multi-layered turtle shell. They call it The turtles stacked upon turtles are your chakras stacked upon your chakras. So when you talk about the ancient spirituality of the turtles on top of the turtles, is you. Here's the turtle shell, and the turtles stacked on the turtles is each chakra creating its own realm around you. And you can shift your consciousness up and down this highway to exist and have a reality and perceive it through any one of these realms. Unfortunately, we've just been locked in this root one for the past couple of years. Okay? So, boom, it's all the same thing. And the only reason I put that up right there is to get your third eye going. Get that third eye going. Show you how it all ties into the mushroom figurines. We talked about these little toadstools with the dome around them on the dielectric inertial plane being the earth, being grounded and, surrounded in the aura. Okay. Here it is here. You got the arch above your head, grounded to the earth. The people who make this artwork all the time don't know all the deep stuff I'm showing you. But we draw this stuff for a reason because it's in us. The arch on the head, you being the people is the peephole that the Most High used to peek into its own reality through each and every last one of us. Each human is a reference point for the Most High to experience his own reality. Right? So the human is the peephole for the Most High. All right, and it all looks like a peephole, right? Coming from the heart. The vibration of the heart is connected to that which is creating the light body. Sound is light. Light is vibration. Sound is vibration. The heart is the vortex creating the aura from the inside out. And as the body die and be reborn, the spirit is having a heartbeat. So this is micro and macro. Next slide. We already talked about that. Good stuff. Now we can just go to the next one. We already talked about that. The dome over the head, and some cultures are the snakes over the head. This is the Shell symbol that I keep pulling up, that Shell logo, the gas station. The word gas is the word ghost. Okay? Ghost is gas or gus or gis, which is just is a mist or a vapor. Okay? So gas is gus, gis, gas is all of that. Gos, which is ghost. Okay? And that's what this represents, the ghost. And this, when you see these Nagini creatures, with the tail, it's the Nagini. For those who follow me know that it's the genie. In American culture, this mermaid or this Nagini became known to us as a genie. So we see the genies in the bottle. But see, in Hindu, this represents the human aura. It's called a Nagini. We call it a genie. Now check this out, right? The genie inside of the bottle. Hold up a second. I'm finna blow y'all mind right now. Check this out. Check this out. I'm about to blow you away. The genie in the bottle is you. You're the genie in the bottle, people. The bottle is your auric field. You are the genie in the bottle. In Hindu, the auric field is represented by Nagini. And in America, they just turned it into a genie inside of a lamp. But the lamp is the aura. The case that houses the body. Here you go, the human body. The human body comes in and out of existence through the lamp, people. And the lamp is the macro body, the Merkaba, the light body. All right. So the body, your body is a flickering light or a genie that is keep entering and exiting this little auric field. So the body is the breath of the soul. When they say that God breathed his breath in man, everyone is a God, and they breathed the breath of their spirit into their body to even be here right now. It's implosion and explosion, inhale, exhale, life and death, inflation, deflation. Think of your aura as a basketball that get flat, then we pump air back in it. It get flat, then we pump air back in it. And the air that's pumping up that basketball is the human body, dying and being reborn. When it goes away, your aura is smaller. You know, I'm just giving you a symbolic way to look at it. I'm not just saying it necessarily smaller literally. I'm just saying it's lacking something, you know. So just like when you exhale, your lungs is lacking something. They're lacking the air. But when you inhale, then the air returns back to the lungs. Just like the genie leaving the lamp and exiting the lamp is how the air leaves your lungs and exits your lungs for you to breathe. And the same way the body leaves and exits the earth for the soul to breathe. This is deep stuff, folks. When you say inhale, it literally means you're in earth. Earth is another name for earth is hell, because the name of earth used to be shell, and they took the S off when they went away from the turtle shell, Turtle Island. And a lot of people start cursing Mother Earth. So shell became hell. And people say, we living in hell. We ain't living in the hell. The belly of the beast is the great mother. It's beautiful. It's pregnancy. Now check this out, right? I forgot what I was gonna say. I always do that. But you understand, you the genie in the bottle, okay? The genie entering and exiting the bottle is the body dying and being reborn, disappearing and reappearing in the middle of your aura. Your aura is always there. That's the real source of who you are. You see, the body is what the aura gives birth to when it's ready to rest. You know, your aura occupies ethereal space. And as it travels the etheric plane, it is born into a body. It shifts its consciousness into a body, because earth is like a magic carpet. Earth, like how you, when you get tired, you lay down at night and you wrap your body in cover to renew it and wake up the next day. That's what the soul do. As the soul travel the etheric plane, when it get tired, it go lay in a bed, which is a plane, and it covers itself in the body. And you call yourself a human. So you walking around in the human body on the earth plane is really your soul laying down on a bed wrapped in the covers of flesh. Your soul is asleep so that your body can have an existence. But your soul went to sleep because it got tired traveling the etheric plane. So it landed to land, earth, water, wind, and fire. It put itself into a body so that it can sleep on an etheric plane. And the body is like an anchor. Your soul is a ship, and as it travels the etheric plane, it drops an anchor down, and that's when the umbilical cord start growing to the baby, connecting the mama with the baby, and then that baby start coming visible. That soul fell asleep on an etheric plane, and you can see that it come here sleep in the fetus. When the soul gets tired and want to rest on an etheric plane, it lays down like you see Geb doing in Egyptian cosmology. And it does what? It put cover on. I put cover on every night. The cover that the soul put on was the body, and the bed that it laid down in was the earth plane. Your soul is resting. Now, when your body rests, then your soul will wake up. Like I said, we're passing the baton. Now, we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide. We already went over that. That's a keyhole. As well as saying that as a turtle shell, a pregnant belly, and all of that, remember that the tree of life is the key of life. So this is also a keyhole, not a key. Now this is what you got to realize. The woman is not the key. She's the keyhole. The man is the key. He enters the hole. It unlocks new life. See, anything that penetrates is the man because he has the penis. And anything that absorbs the penetration is the woman because she has the Venus. The Venus is the vortex, the keyhole. And the man is the penis, which is the penetrator, the key itself. Christ said he the key, but the vault he entered was the hole. All right? So the sperm cell is the key. And the egg is the keyhole. All right. Another way of saying key holder. Yes, it's a hole, but it also holds the key. Just like nut holds gale. Darkness holds light. Let me show you. The light is the key. Light penetrates darkness. Darkness absorbs light. The light of this world is being shaped into a dome, just like the light around you is shaped into a dome. You inside are the same thing you are. Nut is the earth's aura. She's shaping the light. Daylight, the light that makes up reality, is literally the membrane of God. Is literally what they're calling the barrier. Okay, the barrier is really another word for brain if you want to rearrange the words. Let me show y'all something, man. Wasn't it Moses? I'm tripping. I don't want to embarrass myself. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. So you can see the esoteric side of this science. That's an ugly picture. Let's get a good one. Come on now. Here, this is a good one. This is a perfect one right here. I like that one. Let's use that one. Now, let me show you something. Let's look up a human brain. And I'm going to show you how Moses splitting the Red Sea is the same story of the human consciousness traveling through the brain stem or the pineal gland or the mothership in and out of existence. See how your brain connected to the brain stem shaped like a UFO ship? It's all biology, but now I need the brain stem. They don't want to show you the stem, man. Why they hiding it? It's a certain view I'm looking for. Here you go. This is the view I'm looking for. When you look at the human brain stem, which houses the pineal gland, splitting the left and right brain evenly, what you looking at in this image right here is the same thing you looking at in this image. You notice that Shu raises his arm in the middle of Egyptian cosmology, and Shu splits the magnetic seas. Shu represent a place where there is the opposite of magnetism. All right. So you got to understand Shu represent an opening where all the magnetic energy is recycled at. Shu, let me show you something. Here's a magnetic vortex or energy field. This is Shu right here splitting the field. The field is a sea of magnetic energy. And that sea flows in a current just like the ocean, and it looks just like what you see in front of you. This is infinity right here. Everything, this is all there is, people. Everything in existence have this same cosmic code. And what you're looking at here is the human brain transmitting information through the brain stem. All the energy is recycled through the brain just like this. And the world outside is recycled through the world inside. And the world inside is spit back out outside. And we're having a symbiotic relationship with the earth, transferring information. You get what you put out. Cosmic vibration. And so this was turned into Moses splitting the seas. Remember that the brain stem is the brain stalk, or the bean stalk, the bean stalk. The bean stalk. It's the brain stalk. And this is how he's able to work his magic. He's able to control the elements through the pineal gland. Why? Because all the energy recycles through there. So if you want to manifest a particular world for yourself outside, you got to first have that world inside of your heart. And once you embody the will of your heart, what you want to manifest in your life from the inside, you will feed it out through the bloodstream and through the heart chakra to the world outside. And this is your way of communicating oracally to the cosmos. You're going to manifest what's ever in your heart, not what's in your mind. This is why most of us ain't manifesting our reality, because what we long for ain't in our heart. It's just a thought in your brain. Listen, people, the energy has to flow from your brain into your heart, which is the vortex. Otherwise, it'll never manifest. That's how you got a bunch of smart people, but they ain't where they want to be in life. They know everything, man, but they still ain't where they want to be because they ain't shifted that energy from their brain to their heart. And it has to come past this all-seeing eye. That's the heart. If it don't come past this point, it ain't going to manifest. And when you say come past, that's the Passover. This is how information is passed between you and the cosmos. And if you ain't passing it right, you ain't communicating with the source. And that's why your life is a living hell. So until you get the shit, until your thoughts become until the thoughts of the brain become the will of the heart, you will never manifest it, people. This is what this is teaching you. Yes, you're going to have a thought, and it's going to go from the left brain to the right brain. You're going to bounce it around this brain of yours, and you're going to say, man, I got a thought, but I just don't know how to manifest it. So you got this war between the left and right brain. The mechanical side of you saying we need to manifest it this way, and the non-mechanical, the intuitive side saying we need to manifest it a more abstract way. And then you have to find an even ground between the mechanical aspect and the abstract aspect. And then once you find that unifying balance between the devil and the God, they get a truce and it goes down here. And that's when that signal gets transferred into the heart, which is the final judge. And once it bangs the hammer, that's the heartbeat, the banging of the hammer. And once that thought reaches the heart and flows through the blood from the brain to the heart, it's going to be beated out in a form of sound into the universe. So your heartbeat is literally transferring the will of your soul out to the cosmos in a form of a small sound or a beacon, boop, 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 that's coming from the crown or the mind, which is the biological form of that would be the brain. Okay? So once the will of the mind gets programmed into the biological brain, you start to weigh it on the scales, being left and right brain, to compress the thought into a feasible way that the human can manifest the thought first. And once that happens, The left and right brain is no longer at war, and the collected conclusion travels down the summit, or the sum is the answer. All right. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 3 plus 3 equals 6. The answer is in the middle. The sum is the summit. We don't add from left to right or right to left. We add from left and right toward the center. That's the way nature draws lines, spirally or spiritually. Okay. So this part of the brain is what? The step pyramid. Anytime you see the ridge area, it's going to be at the bottom. I showed you that with the uterus. Everything is made the same way. Okay? But it's showing you how this is how you manifest your reality in steps. All right? Boom. Same way. Your brain is a womb willing to give birth to anything you desire, but we don't know how to function. So here I go. All right, so you have to balance left and right brain, God and devil, come to a conclusion, pass the conclusion down the brain, stalk through the messenger, send that message to the heart. Once it leaves the battle of the left and right brain, it all comes to one conclusion to the heart. Once the heart get it, that's why your heart is beating right now. See, once your heart stop beating, your soul ain't got nothing else to manifest in this realm, so it leaves. Your very heartbeat is the will of your soul. Do you get what I'm telling you right now, people? Do you get what I'm saying? The thoughts in your brain is programmed into your blood. And when it flows into the heart beats out that as a form of sound. We call it a heartbeat. And that tells the universe what you want to manifest. This is how your blood is connected to the ether, through the brain, the heart, and the chakra system. The heart transfers biological organs and blood into sound vibration so that your body can speak to the cosmos. For example, if I scare you right now, your heart gonna start beating real fast. And it's a beacon of light. It's telling the cosmos I'm in danger. And then once that fed out to the aura, you talking to yourself, what should I do? Should I duck? Should I run? Should I go over here? Within milliseconds, you making these choices, left and right brain, because the heart's speeding up. And now you got to process it quick. Now you got to jump the gate, hide up under the bush. Things you're not even thinking of, but you know you got to react and do it quick, consciously. So what I'm showing you is how the body works to manifest things in the flesh. Okay? How the heart is connected. The blood is the waters that flows through all the members and it communicate with them. But the two members that can do the most communicating is the brain and the heart and the stomach as well. We'll talk about that in the future. But I basically want to show you all this. All right? And I don't want to stay on that too long. If you want Brother Sanchez to talk more about that manifestation, email me or put it in the comment section, and I'll do some streams dedicated to manifestation and all of that. Next slide. The shell, right? Your human aura is your shell. Next slide. We already went over this, so we can just run on through this. I think I'm feeling good now. Next one. Boom, here goes a Nagini. I just put this up here to show you a carving of a Nagini once again in Southeast Asia. But why I wanted to show you that was for this reason. I really wanted to pull up more plagiarization, because if you like me, plagiarization kind of just gets you mad. And I want to piss you off today. I got to make you smile, I got to make you mad, and I got to make you laugh. I got to be dynamic. That's what make a good show. This part we get mad. This is the part where we get mad. Okay? Because Casper the ghost and this little ghost, you know, flying through these worlds, and this little creature you see here, is they get that from this right here. This predates Casper the Ghost, people. All I'm doing is giving you back our ancient science and exposing the people who plagiarized it. Anybody going against me got to be a Mason. Anybody going against me got to be working for them people. This shit I'm giving you puts you on a level of the queen, of the pope, of the initiated ones. Don't give a damn how many degrees you get in college or how many graduations you go through in school. You'll never get on a level of the initiated unless you initiate yourself through the ancient sciences. That's what I'm doing. What you looking at is the great mother Nuwa, and she was desecrated and turned into Casper the Ghost. Nuwa is one of the oldest deities in Asia, represent magnetism and the primordial waters of Nu. When you say Nuwa, you're saying new water. This the goddess that they cursed in the Bible on the tree. She was the serpent lady who was talking, y'all. They didn't want you to listen to the mother. Here she go right here giving birth to man. This is the oldest goddess, one of the oldest goddesses in Asia. Nuwa, or new water. The new waters of birth. All right? When waters break, okay? This is Nuwa. And as you can see, she is a Nagini, and a Nagini is just a serpent deity. They're beautiful deities. She represents the sine wave, you know, and she was turned into this guy. And that's what that type stuff right there just it gets under my skin. So again, here she go right here. You can tell they corrupted this stuff now, because look, today when they show you all these kind of figurines, they say that these are reptilian creatures. And even some people say that they are literal ghosts because they corrupting the real meanings. They don't want you to know all the deep stuff I'm teaching you now, how deep it really go. They corrupting the sine wave and the serpent knowledge in the form of these little plagiarizations. That's just a little dumb ass car. What the hell Casper teach you? You can't power your house learning about no goddamn Casper, but you can power your house when you start studying this shit right here, what the ancients left. Okay? Now they'll tell you that this thing is a reptilian or some kind of spirit ghost when you can see that this is the great mother. This is the great mother, family. This is the goddess Nuwa we looking at. And she was the serpent. So this is the great mother. And you can tell it's the great mother. Look at the breasts. I tell y'all on all of them arts, if you want to find a great mother, look at the breasts. Now guess what? Let me show y'all what they turned the great mother into. So the Baphomet is a she-male. All right. The Baphomet is a she-male. And it's got a phallus and boobs. That's what I want to point out to you. See, the mother goddess is the great mother that gives birth to male and female. So in all ancient cosmology, hold on, I don't want to get no strike. I may need to stop this one. I hope that went up long enough for it to give me a strike. I hope it wasn't then too graphic. Let me get in the chat room. Let me get in the chat room and make sure that the little she-male joint went. Hey guys, let me get a warning out there if the she-male little thing was too graphic and I need to start another stream. If you think they're gonna boot me off YouTube or give me a strike, because I didn't really get to give me a warning. I may need to restart this. If I need to restart it, put a 1. If I think I'm good, put a 2. I didn't really. Soon as I saw they put real she-male and it popped up there, I just boom, booted that jump. But yeah, I don't think it was enough for them to really shut it neither. Yeah. And what I'll do, I'll just plug it in at what I want somebody to time stamp for me. Moderators, I really need y'all help. I need a time stamp around the time that took place, and I'm going to go back and cut that out just to be sure. So I'm going to write that down now when the trend is popped up. Go and tell them Bro Sanchez over here watching she-male porn with y'all. Tell them today's lecture is on schlongs. My bad, y'all. That's our little blooper for today. Never Google Baphomet she-male. Just put in Baphomet, man. It knows what you're talking about. If you be specific and put in Baphomet she-male, you're going to snipe yourself. So just pull up the Baphomet. We know that it's a she-male, all right? Don't be dumb like me. I smoke weed. Now, I know some people going to really say that, yeah, he that was a weed head dummy move right there. My bad. All you got to do is put in Baphomet, though, and it'll pop up, and then you can show them how it's a she-male. But once again, people, don't put in Baphomet she-male, because it might pull up a she-male in a Baphomet costume or some shit. God damn. Yeah, one world, one hood. The Lord gonna definitely destroy my ass for that, ain't it? I ain't gonna lie, that shit is funny though. Nigga put in, yeah, that's funny. But y'all see though, you see how this Baphomet is a she-male. And the reason it's a she-male because when they replace the she with a male, you got a she-male. Remember that the Baphomet is the female uterus, but since they corrupted it and hid the goddess, they personifying the uterus as this male goat god called Pan. The Baphomet is a goat god called Pan blended with the Great Mother. So when they started personifying the woman as a man, the deities came out as women men or she-males. You know, lady boy, woman man, she-male. It's all the same thing. See, and this is a corruption because what you got to realize is this. The mother goddess gives birth to the male and the female. So when we talk about the mother goddess, we ain't talking about a particular sex. We talking about an androgynous womb that creates both sexes. That's what you got to realize. You got male and you got female, but that womb in between that woman's leg is a creature of itself. And it's neither male nor female. It's attached to the female, but it's a vortex attached to her. It's a portal. It's neutral. And that portal that's attached to the female gives birth to male and female. It's neutral. So the vagina itself is bisexual, meaning it gives birth to both sexes. The womb itself is a she-male, meaning it's neither one, it's both of them. You can have a son or a daughter. So when the Great Mother was corrupted and the womb which gave birth to man and woman was turned into a goat god, instead of them saying that the Great Mother gives birth to male and female and that the womb is a she-male type organ that was personified, what you got when they started personify that organ as a man, the man was a she-male. That's what Adam was. He was a she-male. He had a penis and a womb because he gave birth to Eve. All of these gods that give birth are they're spiritual she-males. So once you start getting she-males in your spirituality, then you start seeing millions of trannies walking around on earth. Because to create these people in a physical form, you got to program it in the spirit first. So we're in the age of the she-male because the god of this age is Pan, Horus, the Baphomet, Jesus. In order to get the sex roles back in order, we got to get back to the Great Mother. This is why Flat Earth's so important. Once we get back in tune with the teachings of the ancients and the Great Mother, the sex lines won't be blurred no more. The sex lines blurred today because they put the man in the position of the woman, and when the men start personifying the womb, look at all these she-males today. Men personifying the woman. Can't get mad at them. You got to get mad at the programmers who created these people. I'm not mad at none of these trainers and she-males. I'm mad at the powers that be. For years, we've been getting mad at the wrong people. We got to start looking at the programmers. That's the source, man. Now, let's go to the next slide because, again, the Great Mother that you're looking at here that gives birth to man and woman was turned into the Baphomet. Okay? Here's another form of the Baphomet. It's amazing how they got his hand one up and one down, just like the Baphomet. Remember that the Baphomet is a corrupted form of the genie or the Nagini in the lamp. He's sitting upon his lamp, his little stool. He got one hand up, one hand down, and this is his little lamp right here. Same kind of artwork you see here, sitting on his little lamp, one hand up, one hand down. The Baphomet is the genie. The Baphomet is the genie. The genie is the mother, the divine feminine in all of you, the pineal gland. Also, your biological mother that brought you here, and the cosmic mother, which is the vault of heaven that transfers all our electromagnetic energy in and out of different worlds, in and out of different bodies. That's the lifeline. If someone cut that, then existence will cease to be because life, you can no longer be born again without that North Pole sky vault. Think about a building. Let's think of the World Trade Building. And everybody relying on this elevator system. If your office on a 170th floor, you don't want to take the goddamn stairs. So if your office way up on floor 125 and all the elevators broke, do you know that the building couldn't even function like that? Because you'll have all of these people trying to take the stairs and the stairwells will be clogged up with people going up and down these stairs to their goddamn offices. You couldn't even function in that building without the elevators, man. Because there's too many people trying to get to their offices on too many floors for everybody to take the stairs. So the North Pole is an elevator system and the stars is the stairs. So when we die, some of us go straight through the sky vault like Enoch because we go straight to the source. We those lights, we're those humans that were shining bright. We go straight back to the source through the eye. But some of us go to different planes because we ain't ready to just go back one with the source. So you travel through the stars to other worlds. But those who leave here and go right back to the source, they go right through Polaris, man. Right up the Magic Mountain. So you could take the stairs or the stars, or you could take the elevator, which is Polaris. All right. And there's two ways souls are entering and exiting these realms, going back and forth to the source through the stars, the sun and moons, and the sky vault. And that sky vault is represented by the Great Mother once again. That sky vault was turned into the Baphomet because the Great Mother is the genie. And this genie became the Baphomet. Now that we got that out the way, I'm giving y'all a whole bunch of knowledge today. I'm giving you a lot of good stuff, y'all. Very valuable stuff. Next slide. All right. Just take us back to our collage, look it over. We understand what we're looking at right here. The alert turtle. See, when the turtle is alert, let me show y'all something real quick. You need to know why I'm giving you these images. You need to know. Let me show you. Hold on. Hold on 1 minute. I need this picture real quick. Boom. Here's the meditating human. When a human meditates, we close our bodily eyes and we open our spiritual eyes, or our third eye. In other words, when a person meditates, the spirit becomes alert and the body is non-alert. So you close your eyes, you put your body away, because now you're trying to awaken your spirit and you want your spirit to be alert. The ancients personified the human spirit as a turtle on guard. So when you meditate, your body literally looks like a turtle on guard. See, that turtle is awakened. That turtle saying, hold up, wait a minute, what the fuck going on out there? I see you, nigga, don't you move. Now, when the turtle is not alert, it takes a different shape. This is another way of saying that when you meditate, you become the turtle. Your spirit is on alert now, and your body is asleep. So your spirit is the woke turtle. Your spirit is that turtle on alert. You know, when you meditate, you become that alert turtle, because the turtle is the spirit, and you look just like an alert turtle. And all of this sacred geometry can be tied together, people. Your body is a temple. It's an alert turtle or an alert Taurus. Now, at this point, I think we got about 25% more of the presentation to go, and we're going to wrap it up. But I do got to take a break right here, guys. Give me 1 minute. Thank you for your patience, everybody. At this time, we're going to continue the final portion of our today's presentation, and we're going to continue the slides. We're going to continue on with the slides. And at this time, we just wrapped up the portion where I think I was telling y'all how this alert turtle became Michael Jordan with his legs spreaded, became the Mercedes-Benz symbol. And that's the same sacred geometry of the meditating human. When a human meditates, the human becomes the genie in the bottle. And when you assume the meditating position, you also are shaping like a bell. And when you ring the bell, is to open the third eye. So as you look at this bell, it's wrong from this point. See, people, this right here is what rings the bell. And this right here is this right here. So it's that third eye, it's that crown chakra that rings the entire bell because it's a pyramid. This crown chakra is what rings the bell. All right. So, this whole pole is the chakra, the spinal cord, and, the aura is the vibration. The human body is a bell, and the vibration that's coming from the bell is what's called your aura. If you want to feel the vibration, just put your hand on your heart. Everybody got a different speed, a different frequency, right? So all of this became little Pac-Man creatures, all of this became the sacred geometry of the little ghost with the dress on. These little ugly guys like this. The same shit we see on Mario, these little dome little things. Like in Mario, they give you a turtle shell. In this game, Pac-Man, they give you a turtle shell, and all the different colors of the shell is the different chakras. Each of these little ghosts is a different chakra surrounding the body. I showed you people that each one is an arch. Each one is a dome. Each chakra is cloaking you in its own color egg, and you're in a multicolored rainbow egg. Each chakra combines at the crown. All the colors connect at the crown. All of the chakra colors connect at the crown, just like all the corners of a tent connect at the point or the tip of the tent. That's the all-seeing eye. So each of these ghosts is one of the layers of your chakra, the lights from your chakra doming around your body. All of this became symbolism, man. They turned all of this right here into this right here. Open your eyes and you can see the code that I'm giving you. Each one is a bell within a bell. These are cosmic bells. All right. And each one is a different color. All right, just like this right here. And they just take them all apart and they give you this crap. Inky, blinky, pinky, because you are the light that's blinking in the middle of your aura field. Your aura field is a bulb and the body is like the blinking fire. So they give you like blinky, inky, all of these different names. But everything is the one true cosmic code. And like I said, when you meditate, you are that alert turtle. And we already went over the symbolism and all that. So I'm going to just go to the next slide. All right. I put this on here to show you that the same step pyramid that we see at the Mayan cosmos, we find in Egypt. We also find in Cambodia. We also find in Guatemala and in so many more pyramids around the world, people. But what I put that up to show you was that is Turtle Island. Excuse me. So we go back to our collage, and then we go back here. Sorry about the blackouts. But we all know that we looking at Turtle Island. Ain't no need of me doing that but flashing the symbols. We could go to the next slide. Yep. Tying it all together. Next slide. The elephant victorious over the tortoise, supporting the world and unfolding the mysteries of the fauna civalensis. From a sketch in pencil in one of Dr. Falconer's notebooks by the late Professor Edward Forbes. That's what this is, people. So people, I want you to look at this symbol. Look at that symbol. This is from Professor Edward Forbes. This is from a damn people. What the hell a college professor doing drawing shit like this? Shouldn't he be going somewhere doing equations? College professors, don't you know all of these so-called professors are going to the jungle to learn all these sciences? These folks going to the jungles to learn the science from the jungle men. They come back over here and interpret it in their own little smart jargon. They get Nobel Peace Prizes and they're plagiarizing ancient concepts, coming over here dumbing you down, reteaching it to you like it's new, when people in the jungle like, man, that's old shit. Y'all paying bills. What? Y'all got a government? These folks come over here to learn from us. What? Them y'all geniuses? What? Right? You looking at electricity. Positive, what you looking at? Positive, negative, grounding point. It's the trinity of life. That's all that a man, a woman, and a child is. When a man and woman come together, they create a vortex. And that vortex is called a grounding point. All right? Because when a man and woman coming together, they open up a doorway that allow for a soul to come into the earth. So man being negative, woman being positive, when they come together, they create a grounding point, which is a doorway for a soul to come onto the ground. Y'all see how this works? If the man is the key and a woman is the keyhole, then what you think the child is? The door itself, the doorway. It's a revolving door, man. And that revolving door is the ground you walking on. That's why the door shaped like a earth plane. With the key and the keyhole is the positive and the negative of the toroidal field. The doorway is the dielectric inertial plane. See, all the energy got to come past this plane just like it got to go through the hyperboloid. So this plane, once you cross that plane, your energy is changed. Let me show you something. This is why you was born. You came here one thing, but you gonna leave here something different. That's what this ground represent, a grounding point. Let me show you something. Let me show you how this thing works. This is the best image I can get right now. Check it out. You walking around right here. Here's the thing about magnetic energy. All the energy that enters this eye is born onto the dielectric inertial plane and it manifests. You came out the sky vault as invisible magnetic energy, but when that magnetic energy interacted with the elements, it was a magnetic attraction, and we start to see little tissues and muscles start to be magnetically pulled together inside of the mother's fetus. And it's not the mother doing it herself. It's the mother working with that invisible soul to make its body. When that baby's being formed, you in the fetus, you the invisible man. You can't see an invisible man until you put some clothes on him. So the baby is in there, but it's invisible until it start to pull together the tissues and shit like that around that invisible body. Then you start seeing the baby take shape. But the baby is descending from the sky vault. and it's being caught up here on this earth plane. So that magnetic energy manifests in the fetus. And what opens up the vortex is when a man get with a woman. A little doorway is open for a brief moment. When a man having sex, unprotected sex with a woman, that's a bunch of doorways being opened up. And since they want to close up the doorways, they want to stop us from having sex. They want to put rubbers on. They want to do everything non-natural, closing that many doorways. So a lot of souls got to wait longer to be born here to go up their mission. So they're attacking on a spiritual level too. Because what happened is you closing all of these doorways, souls trying to come here for their mission and leave, but you got people wearing rubbers and all that and homosexuality. So less souls can come in at this time. But anyway, as the energy flow through this toroidal field, it enters here as one thing, but as it crosses this line, it's something different. That's another way. See, you are magnetic energy following this same pattern. And as you stopped on the earth plane, you came here to transition your energy. So the way magnetic energy works is all the energy into the top. And then as it flows through the energy field, every time the energy crosses this little plane, it's transitioned to something else. So the energy never leaves the energy field the way it came. And since all of us humans are just magnetic energy traveling this cosmic mother called Nut, every time we die and be reborn, our energy is changed. We are a new creature. Each experience changes us to something different. And that's what's called new energy. Change is another word for new energy. The word change is really the word charge, but they just replaced the R with an N. Change is charge. It's an change is caused by the charging of the ether. All change is created by the charging of the ether. All right, so the San Diego Chargers with the lightning bolt, they telling you right there, right? The blue and the gold for Nut, the sky goddess, with the blue and the yellow stars. See, the crazy thing is this. Change is charge, just like you see here. It's the same structure, but it constantly renews itself by implosion and explosion. Another way of saying inhale and exhale. If you don't constantly renew that breath, you'll die. That's why you got to keep on breathing out and in, because everything is designed this way. Inhale, exhale, heartbeat, day and night, life and death, man and woman. But see, all the energy that flow through this energy field, the changing point is right here. As the energy exits and it finds its way back up here, it enters, and then every time it passes this little dielectric inertial plane, the energy transitions to something else. That's what you're doing, family. You are magnetic energy that landed on a dielectric inertial plane. You came here for an experience to be something different when you leave here. Energy just keep transitioning itself. So we all on a journey, and it's by nature's design. Now, this is the top half of the, this is the Sheol bowl. We don't see that. We walk upon the ground and we see the sky turning. So in a lot of these arts, you just get the dome. And that's why I keep giving you that. That's the dome. That's another way of saying the dome is your brain. Your brain is a dome because the energy is circling through your left and right brain in a 360 fashion through all the intricate mazes. See, your brain is a giant eye, and the veins that lead to the pupil can be seen as all that tissue, and your brain look like a big old maze, and all that brain tissue leads to one single point. That's the pineal gland. Your brain is a huge eyeball. Everything is the eye. So the eye is reflected into the eye and outside of the eye. You enter the I and exit the I. So I am that I am. And the reason for that, see, no matter, look at it this way. You got all of these different humans and creatures on earth. And everybody call themselves something different. My name, Bro Sanchez. Your name, whatever it is. Everybody got their different name, but all of us got the same name. See, we all call ourselves different names, but when we talk to our inner self, we all call ourselves the same name, and that's I. Every living thing on earth identify itself as I. I did this. I did that. No matter what your name is, the one name that we all share is I, because I is the code of the cosmos. I is the code of the cosmos. And that's the name that every single living creature share. I. All right, so we really got to grasp how deep this sacred geometry is. Now, what we looking at right here again, the all-seeing eye. Here go the eyeball being the turtle shell and the pupil right here. But this come from a college professor. Now, if they bust in the class and said, "Professor, what you doing drawing elephants and turtles?" He gonna say, "Oh, y'all, I was just having fun." You think he gonna tell them, you know, I'm a flat earther and I'm looking at Hindu cosmology because I'm a fucking Mason. Professor's a Mason. You know, one of his students busts in the room and say, "Professor, what the hell you doing drawing elephants and turtles and you teaching us all these boring equations?" Oh shit, you know, well, you know, it's to throw you off and dumb you down because the real shit is just simple. You know, that's crazy, right? All right, next slide. Again, right here. This is ancient Yoruban art. And what I want to pull up about this is everything I've been showing you. This is Jesus on Calvary. Now, this is an ancient Yoruban deity on the back of a turtle because the turtle island mythology was in Africa too. I'm showing you this shit all over the world, man. How long y'all gonna keep trying to debate flat earth? Can't y'all see we the smaller fruit? We got the truth. This the narrow gate over here. This the narrow gate over here. This right here is Yoruban art that has a god on the back of a turtle, and that became Jesus on the mound, Jesus on Calvary, Jesus on top of the hill. Excuse me. Jesus on a mountain was stolen from this concept you see. This is the same thing as Mario on the turtle, or Vishnu churning the milky sea. Vishnu churning the ocean of milk on the back of a turtle. Check it out. You see Vishnu on the turtle back. You see the turtle with Vishnu on it. Here it is right here in Africa, fam. Who doing it like your boy? Hit the like button. Who doing it like your boy? Now, they put this in the Mario game, and I just showed you Mario on the turtle. All right, next slide, man. I know what I'm talking about. Again, this is another way that the Hindus showed you Ma'at. People is one cosmic code, man. It's just one cosmic code. It's one cosmic code, folks. Here's Ma'at with her wings spreaded, the great mother. And I told you, when the great mother was replaced with these men, they traded her wings for, well, a bunch of men. Sausage party. I'm sorry. But Vishnu is patriarchal, and he's in the fucking way too. Okay? Everyone need to put the great mother back where she belongs. The wings of Ma'at was turned into some niggas playing tug of war. And the churning of the ocean of milk became the fake ass Milky Way galaxy. See, listen, people, you looking at this from a front view, but if you was looking at this from a top view, it'll look like a spiral galaxy as these men turn around Vishnu. These two sides of men are spinning around Vishnu, and that became the Milky Way galaxy. And the reason they call it the Milky Way, why you think they call it the Milky Way galaxy? Where the fuck is the milk coming from? The milk coming from the titty of the mama. Ma'at is the great mother, and she represents the Madonna or the breast, which is the battery or the North Pole. The tip is the nip, the nipple is the tipple. Ma'at Ma'at became Saturn. See? They just turned her into this dude, and this became the Christmas tree. But the tree of life is right here, folks. And in Hindu, see, in that milk breast, the reason it's called a Milky Way is because Ma'at breast is often exposed, and that's really the dripping down the earth as manna to feed Geb. That's the energy from the North Pole, personified as milk coming from the breast, is really electricity coming from a nipple. And if you want to know what I mean, just look up a Tesla car. It's shaped like a titty, and it's got electrical sparks coming from it. The ancestors drew that out as the mother with milk coming from it. This was the Holy Grail. And another way to look at that is Ma'at, because in order to create electricity, you got to think balance. You got to think Trinitarian. Positive, negative, and grounding. That's what she represents. Positive, negative, and the feather is the grounding point. When you say electricity, the tri is in it. Electricity. The tri is the Trinity. And electricity is passed through positive, negative, and grounding point. It's a Trinity. They turned it into Father, Son, and Holy Ghost to keep you ignorant, praying up to Jesus for energy when you fucking paying your bills, right, to a power company who's playing like they're Zeus on earth. All right? You know how to pray, but you don't know how to generate energy. And it's one of the most simplest codes of the cosmos. See, the people that pray are the ones get preyed upon. And the people that use critical thinking are the ones you pray to. Now let's continue. You can see how the great mother was turned into Vishnu, and how the breast of the Madonna became the Milky Way crazy crap. All right, if you was looking at the mother from a top view, she would look like a spiral galaxy, because just like Vishnu, she is spinning around. She's spinning around like a tornado, and that became the all-seeing eye, right? The eye of the hurricane, the Milky Way galaxy, and the churning of the Milky Ocean. All right, next slide. All right, people, I don't got to talk about that. The elite steal and hide everything behind mundane vanities that keeps us farther away from truth. The turtle is very sacred. All right, you don't need to stay tuned. This was an old collage. I'm fulfilling that promise right now, showing you why Mario is on a turtle, why Vishnu was on a turtle, and also why that professor drew the elephant on the turtle. Why Jesus was on Mount Calvary. All right. Why this your Reuben God is on the turtle. So let's continue. We're almost done. All right. Check it out, right? I don't have to talk about this. All this is a collage that shows you this same concept in 6 different ways. So in the top left corner, what we have is a god called Theoria. And Theoria is another plural god, meaning a blended god. Right here, if you can see my mount cursor, you see Theoria standing on top of the mound. Theoria is a dual god. As you can see, Theoria is two different gods occupying the top of a mound, right? And that's another way of saying the two different arms of Christ at the top of the mountain, or the two arms up in the sky being Shu at the top of Nut, the sky goddess. See, those two arms of Shu that connects to the dome are the 2 feet of Mario connecting to the turtle shell. All right? The two deities called Theoria standing on top of the dome. And right here on this picture in the middle, this is an ancient Christian cosmos, an ancient Hebrew zodiac. And you see all of the planes of existence with the North Pole portal in the middle connected to the source. This is Yahweh. So the name of the god is El because this god is the elephant sitting on top of the turtle. In Hebrew, it's God, Yahweh sitting on a terrarium. The terrarium is the turtle in Hebrew. Yahweh's terrarium is the Hindu turtle or Nut. The one that sits upon it was the Christ, but that's another way of saying how we enter and exit the earth through the sky vault. We're all the Christ. All right. So again, if you look at this image in the middle, it looked like a shotgun. Anybody ever had a single barrel shotgun pointing at them? That's what it looked like, because the calendar is a caliber. Yes, the cylinder is cylinders within cylinders, and your calendar is just a paper form of tracking the sky. So your calendar is a series of grids, and each grid is a month. And you're tracking the sky through a calendar. Our calendars are off the day because everything is a matrix. It shouldn't be 365 days. It should be 360 days because there's 360 degrees in a circle. They got y'all thrown off. So anyway, they have to use leap year to make up for their damn mistake of trying to redo time and throw us off natural time. But when you die, you being shot from the earth up to the sky. And it's different planes of existence around us with different beings living out their lives too. Just like you see in this Christian art. If you was looking at earth from a top view, you would see our world surrounded by other worlds and everybody on their own time, with their own little sky going around them. What you call other planets moving in the sky are just the suns and moons of faraway planes of existence, living out their lives. Now you came here, each plane of existence is a different size based upon your level of consciousness. So advanced souls go to bigger planes, and when they die, it's a bigger explosion. It's a bigger caliber. See, those planes that's on the outside, their day and night take longer. Just like it take longer to load up the bigger caliber guns. You can load up a little 25 handgun quicker than you can load up a goddamn double barrel shotgun. But when you load up that shotgun, it's going to have more power than the little 25 handgun. So the word calendar is the word caliber, and different barrel sizes is really different size sky clocks for different size Merkabas. You in a certain grade right now, and your Merkaba is a certain size. That's why you was born on this realm, to fit your Merkaba. But the nature is trying to grow your Merkaba. So you was born here to grow. So when you launch out of this place, you won't fall back into this same realm if you outgrew it. You see? The only way that It's like if you trying to catch big fish, you got to use big holes in your net. You know, you can't catch small fish with them big old holes in your net because they just gonna swim through. So if you're a small fish, you ain't gonna get caught up by the Most High, and you ain't gonna go to the next realm. Jesus is the fisherman that sits up here in the net, and he's supposed to be capturing souls, sending them to higher levels. But what happened is, if you didn't outgrow this place, you don't get captured up in the net. You still a small fish. You got to be big for that net to catch you. So when you come here, you got to grow your aura and make your aura big. Otherwise, you're going to pass through the net and come right back here and keep repeating this shit. For you to get captured up to the next plane of existence, you got to outgrow this one. That's the only way that net going to catch you. Don't be a small fish, because that net ain't going to catch you. So now, what I did was put all of these images here to show you how they all the same. You can see the sun creating an arch around Jesus. This is artwork, but it's the same thing. Every time you got the light of the sun behind Jesus, because the sun is their way of giving you sun worship. We know that that's all seeing eye is not the sun. It's the sky vault, Polaris. They are giving it to you as the sun to throw you off and get you worshiping a damn light in the sky instead of the one that created the light in the sky. But you can see that it's making an arch around him as he sits on a mountain. Same thing with the turtle concept. Same thing with Vishnu and Mario. Y'all can tie that all together. Same thing with this ancient Greek god, Theoria, which became the root word of theory. And they rule the god of this world, rule you with theories. But when you believe them theories, you're just believing in a religion of Theoria, a plagiarization of the truth. You still ain't made it back to the source yet. Now let me go ahead and hit this thing and keep it rolling. Next slide. All right, hold on. So what I put this up, this is the Tibetan wheel. This is the Humnak Ku, and you can see the Great Mother biting the wheel right here. And the reason the Great Mother is biting the wheel right there is because that's where everything get ate up at, where Ma'at's feather is. That's where recycling take place. So earlier I showed you the Ouroboros, and I told you that this was the eater. The ether is the eater. Everything get eaten up right here. And that's what they're showing you in this cosmos. The ether. The ether is spinning, and that's the sky. The great wheel, the cosmic clock, is being spun by the Great Mother. So they play a game called Wheel of Fortune. And Wheel of Fortune was a famous game because they stole it from this concept. Here's your Wheel of Fortune. In fact, the Wheel of Fortune logo is the flat earth cosmology. Look at here. I'm exposing it all today, folks, because this is Saturn worship. They worship Saturn. Look at here. That goes Saturn. That's your championship belt, right? Because Saturn is a belt. Now, the globalists call it the Van Allen belt, but it's really the rings of Saturn, the belts around his waist. See, when you play football, when you win Super Bowls, you get rings. Those rings are belts. In karate, you don't get rings, you get belts. In wrestling, you don't get rings, you get belts. The belt is the ring. It's all representative of the ranks and the stairway of heaven. They plagiarize in cosmic science. Every time you die and be reborn, there's a ringing of the cosmic bell. And that ringing is a vibration. And in a sound recording program, it'll look like a ripple effect. So in between classes, the bell ring. In between lifetimes, the bell ring. When they said God call you home, and they say a baby is being born and they celebrate it by ringing bells, because when you die, you ain't really dying. You just continuously being reborn. In and off this earth plane. And here it is right here. This is Saturn. Here go Nut. Here go Geb. And Sheol right here. This is flat earth cosmology. This is a magnetic energy field, because the magnetic energy field is the wheel of fortune. I'm showing you in so many ways how they corrupt ancient science. Okay. Boom. This the wheel of fortune. And right where the Ouroboros bites the tail is the opening of the ether. And the ether is the eater. And the eater is the great mother. It's the womb that devours the spark of the soul. Listen to me, people. When you die, your invisible energy is going to be absorbed by your future mama. So another way the ancestors said that was that the great mother going to eat you up. When you come out of them legs, it look like you split coming out of a split. So they personified it in a little crazy way of the great mother biting the wheel. See, when she spin that wheel and it land where her mouth at, that's how you enter and exit the earth. However, the sky is arranged when you die. It depends on what angle this wheel is at when your number is called. You walking around this earth plane as the great mother spinning this wheel. You don't know what day you gonna die. But when you die, your wheel gonna stop. Your world ends. All right? Just like when they spin this wheel, it stop on a certain number. That's your birthday. Every lifetime you spinning the wheel. And every time the wheel stop, it's a new birthday. We don't die. We just keep being reborn. Every time you die, whatever your death date is in this life is your birth date in another life. So I was born on November 22nd, which means I died on November 22nd in my previous life. Y'all get where I'm trying to go with this. Okay? Every time the wheels stop, it's a number. And that number is your birthday. And when you come out the womb, the wheel is spinning again. And then when it stops again, you get a different number, a different birth date. Your death date is just the new birth date. You passing the baton. Okay, so this is the wheel of fortune. As the sky turns, when you take your last breath, your world ends. Your wheel stops. Okay, everybody on their own time and the same time. Next slide. Oh, I think that's it. Oh, I don't want to play nobody else's video. Let me close.
It's going down.
Seti coming up there. Shout out to Seti. It's going down. Shout out to the brother. But yeah, the Ouroboros became the diamond ring, folks. I think I need to show you that before we go. That'll be the last thing I'll point out, is that this symbol we can see it all around us. Okay? Stay with me. I'm almost through with it. This diamond ring that we put on a woman's finger for marriage is because where the diamond is where the ether opens. And when I told you, when a man come together with a woman, that's an open portal. When you get with a woman and y'all start courting at any given time, and while y'all having sex unprotected, you can bring a soul here. So a man coming together with a woman opens up the ether, a miniature little portal. Your mama and daddy together made a doorway for you to be here. It take two people to open up the doorway. So when you look at where this diamond at, it's where the ether opens at. right? The diamond is the child that's born out of the marriage. You see, the child is the light that shines. Remember that the child shines like the diamond, and it's born from the vortex of the parent. This marriage can be seen in this image because the tail is connected with the head. And when a man get married with the woman, the man represent the head and the woman represent the tail. So the man don't have nothing on his face. The man show up to the wedding with his face fully exposed because he represent the head or the sun shining. And the woman come with her head covered, but she got a long ass tail on her dress because she represent the tail. When they come together, the head connects with the tail, and it's a marriage. This is marriage. Okay? Okay? So the moon is the tail and the sun is the head. The sun leads the way, but the sun travels alone. The moon comes at the tail end, but she's accompanied with her children following behind her. That's the wedding dress. See how the moon drags the stars in behind it. That's your moon, is your mama, is the wifey with that wedding dress. See, the night is what reconnects us with Nut. See, Nut is the night sky, the belly, because you go into that darkness to recreate life, just like the scarab beetle puts that life inside of that dark dung to renew itself. That's Jesus in the tomb. The rolling stone became the scarab beetle rolling the dung. Okay, but it's the Ouroboros. As it eats its tail, it spins and it spins. That's the wheel of fortune. The man meeting the woman, the man meeting the woman, life and death, children being born. It's all the fractal code of reality. What we call infinity is just sex. Sex happening on micro and macrocosmic levels. So you can say that the creator is one sexy motherfucker. And I mean that literally. This is the energy that impregnates your mama. And it's one sexy motherfucker. I mean, I'm talking about it's all sex magic. The sperm entering the egg is sex. The souls entering the pole is sex. The phallus entering the vagina is sex. The human entering the world is sex. So let me get up out of here, man. This is sex magic. All right. So we're gonna end it right there. I think that's a good point, man. We're gonna end it right there. I'm gonna go ahead and check out the chat room now. If we still streaming, that means we got past the little porn episode. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that out. But I'm gonna end this, guys. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I really do. And I want to give a shout out to the people that sent in the super chat donations. My brother Travis Jones, I appreciate you, brother. You welcome, my brother. My brother Mark Monagan, appreciate you, Mark. I appreciate you. He said a system falling. They can't stop us. I'm waking up, I'm waking up Scottish hoods. Crazy or not, love you, bro. Peace. Flat mother loving power. Love right back at you, my brother. And shout out to my beautiful sister, She Ether. She said, you blow holes through all the confusion. That's what's good right there. See, it's crazy. You need something to cut through the confusion because that's what plagues the world today, confusion. It ain't a bad thing. It's so much confusion because there's an awakening from ignorance to the true knowledge. And as we awaken, it's going to be a lot of confusion because when you say confusion, you're talking about the blending of consciousness. They took all of these symbols and turned them into different divide and conquer symbols to mean something different when they all mean the same thing. And for the past couple thousand years, we've been thinking all these symbols mean something different. And so we've been creating a world out of chaos. As we remember that these symbols are all the same and awaken, it's going to be confusion. because now we're fusing together all this consciousness. You got all of these different forms of consciousness around the world based upon them dividing and conquering us. And now we're trying to fuse it back all together. And so consciousness being fused, it ain't going to be pretty. It's confusion, or fusing together of consciousness, confusion. So whenever you see confusion, it's actually the beginning of unity, But what we'll do is we're going to give a shout out to Arkia Lewis. Arkia Lewis, I appreciate you for tuning in and stopping through, supporting the show. Another shout out to my brother Mark Monagan. Said, ain't nobody as on point as you. Bless, bro. Eventually they will catch up, change the world, bro. I will, man. I swear I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, man, with all the breath in my lungs. I'm going to sit here and put the truth back out there. So big shout out to you, my brother Mark. Said, ain't no escape from the mother. I want to give a big shout out to everybody in the chat room. All of the moderators, everybody in viewership, even the new viewers. Continue to share what I do, people. I give you hours of ancient stuff that was hidden from us, and our ancestors were written out of history, and our ancestors' story hadn't been told for thousands of years until people like me come back resurrected, deciphering, reconnecting back with the truth, but it never have been popular. Maybe this can be the generation where we can go ahead and put this information back out there, make it common again. And if it don't happen in our lifetime, at least we can be the generation to ignite the spark. All right? And I can't do it without y'all. So I love you all. I hope you have a good, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you Monday for Monday Morning Mystery Schools. Peace and much love to every last one of y'all.